Too funny.
All right, let's get started here, David. What are you up to today, bud?
Not much. I'm just being a rhino. Technically challenged rhino, but technically challenged rhino at that.
Can I whoop whoop? Sure, David M. Oh, anyway, my signal's bad. I don't know whether you guys can hear me or not, but we'll get going here. I'm gonna what I'm gonna do is, and it may be different, but every time I hook my phone to this and I try to show it, it starts screaming at me. Well, I was talking to you on the phone a while ago, David. That's what that screaming was in the background.
Oh, wow.
Shit, I can stay up all night. I'm not staying up
Oh,
all night.
man.
I got my wrong camera on too for some reason.
Now we're being used as an excuse to stay up all night and eat snacks. Cool.
Is my camera working, David?
Nope.
It's not on my end.
No, it's still got the picture of whatever. I can't see what that is. It's too small, but whatever your avatar is still showing.
All right. Now, that didn't do it either. I'm gonna have to refresh. I might have to just hook it back up. I'm gonna have to restart my camera. That'll be all right.
You want me to stay? You want me to bounce back at? Come back in?
Now just stay right there. You're right. You're
all
good.
right.
It should pick it up now. Oh, we come on.
All
It
right.
went green. It went right back off. There it went. There it is. There it is. I just had to reset my camera.
Oh, look, there's a Travis. Took on his head. Took.
All right. Now I'm gonna share a screen. This is the one we want. and you'll see what I see. I don't know what's okay. Now let's blow it up a little bit. Now you can see my mouse up there, right?
Right.
What's that blinging? Is that you or me?
Not me. I don't have nothing on.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway,
The
what
only
I'm
thing
gonna
I'm on is Restream. There's nothing else on my phone.
it's got to be something I got on over here.
Okay, when I'm on the phone, there are three little dots. First one is the mic, the second's the camera. It's that third one that gives you the link. But when it comes up, there's no way to cut and paste it to send it nowhere. Like,
Well, see, and that's what I was going to show you. As soon as I click on this, all you do is go up and hit these little boxes,
uh-huh,
or you highlight. See, I can highlight that away too, and
uh-huh.
then you
I did
copy
both of those. I did both of those and it didn't do nothing.
and then go down here. And on my phone, I just hold my finger right here on this, and then I hit paste. But yours wouldn't do that, huh?
Oh, well, see, I didn't play. I was meant, because half the time, well, the chat, I must have finally, the chat over to, okay, so you got to make it go over to the chat that's beside your picture.
What is that dang dinging?
There's nothing on my phone.
Oh, it's no. I don't think it's yours.
Oh, hold on. I'll mute my phone just to make sure, but no, it's on your end because I just muted me
It
for
is.
like a minute.
I know it's coming out of my. I'm going to close everything else out. Oh, you know what?
What?
It could be. It could be because that camera just isn't taking hold. That's what it is. It's disconnecting on me.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. It's going to drive me nuts. I may have to. I'm just gonna. I think I'm gonna have to restart. If you want to stick around here, hell, that's fine. I'll be
All
right
right.
back. I'll just restart the system and we'll go again. It'll still be up.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Oops. What's up, peoples? I'm okay.
About. Okay, now it's working.
There we go.
I was pushing the keyboard on the other computer and it was going ding, ding, ding. But
Oh,
anyway,
there we go. There's Laurie C with the Gator Gators. Whoop, 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 whoop. Laurie C with the Gator Gators. Hi, Laurie.
grazing chips. Yeah. Um. Anyway, I don't know. I wished I was there because I can't share my screen on my phone because I could show you. I could show it to you there.
Okay, but when you hit when you press the when it's got a check mark, it's there. So I have to paste it to the chat that's next to my picture. Correct?
Yes, you paste it to the chat where you just the same place like you're going to talk in chat when you sent that message through chat.
Uh
Um,
huh.
that, that's That's the same place. You just want to post it there.
All right. I'll have to play with that later, I guess.
And like, if before you go into your stream, if you'll go into your studio, it'll bring you in there, and you're
Mm-hmm.
not right before you go live. Just click on it, and when it turns to get the little check mark, you can bounce all the way back out and send it in a text message or an email. If you turn your camera off, it may let you stay in the stream while you do that. You've been able to, it's like I was telling you today, you've been able to research stuff while we were online, and it didn't throw you out of the stream, but sometimes it will. It's just it depends on what kind of mood Reach stream's in. Some days just make you crazy.
Well, since everybody's concerned I'm eating chips, I'm actually eating a chicken sandwich.
Chicken sandwich,
The
huh?
rhino is grazing on a chicken sandwich. Whoop, whoop.
I see. Anyway, we were talking about sublimation printers before we come on. I think we're going to save our money and get us a sublimation printer, David. If we could
Telling
get
you,
if
the
we could get
Epson.
print to garment, but if we could get print to garment, it would just you put it up on the screen.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Hey RH, what's up, buddy? I did get a whole bunch of emails this morning. Thank you guys for all the nice emails. There was a lot. I spent half the day going through email. The other half of the day going through text messages. Let's see this one. Gen C is going through some hard times right now. She could use everybody's prayers. I can't read the whole email because it'd take me 2 minutes, 10 minutes, but she's having some issues. Her son and his wife and their 2 kids. I guess the healthcare system in Wisconsin is not helping her. Wait until the smoke clears. Yeah, I didn't know Wisconsin was so messed up.
Yeah, it's a blue state, I think.
Yes, on day 16, I did see some of the Fauci hearings today, and all he did was backpedal and call everybody a liar that was calling him out on his bullshit. I think it's time for him to go. I wish they would do something. He's causing more harm than he's doing good. My opinion. I don't like the guy. Don't care. Not gonna like the guy. Not ever gonna trust the guy. But Ron Paul ripped him a new one today, and then all he did was backpedal and said that's not true, and he was reading off his own emails. I mean, you can't make that up.
I think we send on day 16 to put the cuffs on him.
Send her to get the cuffs on him. Yep.
Yeah, well, she could sneak in. Nobody would notice. Whoop, whoop.
Yeah.
He nominates you on day 16. You could sneak in and nobody would know. Nobody would know.
Right. Yeah, there's Jeff B sent me a picture yesterday that was on Fox News, and they're showing a train station in the White House picture. Did anybody see that?
Yeah.
I'll email it to me, and we'll look at it. He says it's in Alabama. I did Google it today, and there is a train track right by this place.
I think it's on Tyler Perry Studios. Whoa.
That is exactly where it's at.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, but okay, so I don't. Apparently, that a lot of the presidents have filmed from some of these places. I don't know. Okay, hang on just a sec. RH, we'll get you up here. Apparently, some of these other people have these other presidents have filmed from there too. I don't know, but this one seems awful strange because it's obvious, just plain obvious. Let's see if I can find it here. Yeah, I suppose it's not going to refresh.
Oh, jeez.
Well, there it is.
Funny.
See, this isn't super clear to me. I wished I had a better medium. Window. Yeah, so y'all can see that, right? Blow it up. Now, see, that's this up here in the corner. It's just not clear enough for me to tell what it is.
Hold on. You want me to pull mine up and I can?
Well, I've
I
got
don't
it on
see
the
it.
screen. I got it
Right,
on the
I see
screen.
it.
I've got it blowed up almost as far as I can go right here. But see how fuzzy
Right,
it gets? He doesn't even look. He looks fake in that picture for some reason. And somebody took a
right. Well,
picture
he
of that.
don't even look. He looks photoshopped in.
That he does. If you were going to Photoshop it in, why would you do it there? That doesn't even make any sense.
Not saying that makes sense, but
I
let
don't
me
know.
see here.
Just
There's
they could green screen that any way they wanted to. Why wouldn't they use the original? Why did they do that?
Oh, that dude is definitely not. He was definitely photoshopped into that picture because he's pulled up on my phone really close. And let me see what I can see what's behind that. That's a what is that? That's a building of some type, but I don't know.
Well, I think what they were trying to say is a train station sometime. And if you'll Google the
Well,
one
even
in
then, it's a
might be Castle Rock. Is Castle Rock the one in Atlanta? Because that's the one that I Googled. There is a train station right beside it. I don't know. I just don't know. But there's so much of this stuff that they could fix, but they just won't. And they're not going to expose themselves. They're not that. They're not that smart. Well, they're not that stupid. Well, maybe they are. I don't know.
oops. Damn.
Like yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's some kind of Photoshop fail. But you would think as long as they've been doing this crap, they could at least make it look right. My opinion.
You would think.
Castle Rock's in California. Okay, I don't know. I did Google the
Correct.
one in Atlanta,
Well,
Georgia, and there is a train
there's
station there. But
also one. There's one in the basement of the CIA building, or used to be CIA building, whatever you want to call it. What's a popping? I have no. Oh, never mind. I get it. I had to look who it's from first.
what's up?
I didn't get it at first until I saw who it was from. I was like, oh, okay, I get it now.
Yeah. After all, little demon of a man, they said was part of the. Yep, he absolutely was. I think involved from what I've seen, and his responsibility for all this should be really high. Building something right
Well,
now. Not metropolitan.
all you have to do is pull up. There's drone pictures. There's massive construction at the White House.
Yeah, there is. Whoop whoop. The Woop Whoop are coming. Oh, I was
I
going
need
to go
you.
get your. Uh,
Huh?
Canadian Patriots been dropping your link.
Cool. Cool. Well, I see. Oh, that's okay. Little popcorns.
Yeah.
I need to get some cheaters. Can't read shit that small.
Ooh. Keely has quit smoking. It's her first 5 hours. Congratulations. I hope you're successful. I have not been successful in that. I did a vape. The first vape I bought lasted me a year, and I had a carton of cigarettes that had never been opened on my dash, and I broke it one day and picked them right back up, took off.
Do 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 do. The lung said, "Give me that nicotine, boy. Give me that nicotine. Give me, give me, give me, give me. Nicotine, nicotine. Give me, give me, give me."
I don't know. I don't know if anybody's put any dates on it. Yeah.
I don't know. At this point, I'm like, whatever. Yeah, I was been playing with this for like 2 hours. See, I need a restream. I need a restream book that's like Clifford the Red Dog with a bunch of pictures.
If you'll actually go to YouTube and
Yeah, I'll download
Google
that
it,
part tonight.
it'll help you.
I got most of the other parts done today. I was like, not bad. I just couldn't get nobody up there. I'm like, I was a lonely rhino out in the jungle. That wasn't bad though.
No word from the Supreme Court. Equip and lock you
Oh,
up.
there we go. Tennessee Patriots got it in there. Thank you, darling. Thank you, Miss Tennessee Patriot.
Tennessee guy.
Oh, that's right. All right. Well, I'm confusing him with Tennessee. There's Tennessee girl and Tennessee Patriot. Sorry. Sorry, buddy. Telling you, I need to get glasses, man. Can't read this small crap. No problem, Tennessee. You're welcome all the time. You know you got a chair in the rhino's jungle. We can go stampede together. Whoop whoop. Kick up some dust. All the time.
Yeah. There we go. I had to turn the YouTube off. There we go. I almost played it. I almost had YouTube playing over the top of it.
Put it this way, Tennessee Patriot, I'm not lifting one of your legs to check it out. Not even. No, sir. Not going to happen.
Let's see what we got here.
Do not use confuses the host. Correct. We're both eyesight impaired. AK like damn bats.
Okay, I'll have to get to that in a little bit. I can't. Yeah, cigarettes is one of my tough weaknesses. I smoke about a pack a day now. I used to smoke 3 packs a day. Smoke 3 packs a day. Drink 3 pots of coffee with 3 tablespoons of sugar in each cup. So I was wired for sound.
Wow. You got your pen handy there, Travis?
No, but I can get one. What do you got?
No, you're gonna need to when you close out the show, you need to pray for Liz. I think it says WV.
West Virginia. Yeah, she's from West Virginia.
Yeah, her whole family's got the coof, even the little ones. All 8 of them.
Sorry to hear that. I've had it again just recently. I didn't test for it, but my cousin did, and he was the and he was well, he's a 19-year trauma nurse, so
Oh, damn, he's going to look under your leg and see what you are. Shit. Hold on, Lonnie.
oh, David. Yeah. Hope, yeah, stay hydrated, folks. That's the best I can tell you. I used, I don't even remember what my cousin gave me, Tylenol Cold or something, Alka-Seltzer Cold Plus in the fizz type. That was all I needed. A lot of people that are going to the doctors, they're still not telling them that they're still not treating them. What were the symptoms? Had a light fever. I actually had flu-like symptoms. I did throw up for about 6 hours. I just didn't feel good. Coughed up stuff, and then once my fever broke, I was back up and going. It took me a couple of days to get my energy back. In fact, I'm probably still not at 100%, and that was way back in Christmas. And he thinks it's the latest version of it, whatever it is. Pat's Blue Ribbon mixes well with Theraflu. I don't like Theraflu. I had my cooties recently and just fought with chicken broth. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Ew. Oh, I just saw that. Ew. 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 No. That stuff, you got to have that at 32.5 degrees or that stuff, ew. Terrible.
Yeah, Pat's Blue Ribbon. I used to have an uncle. He used to drink it by the cases every day.
Dude, I got news for you. Thanks again, Tennessee Patriot. Whoop. The Pabst Blue Ribbon is like Weiderman's is even below Pabst Blue Ribbon. Dude, I drank that crap one time and just threw up right on the beach. Couldn't even make it to the trash can.
Right.
It was like, oof. Theraflu. Yeah. Sends chills up my spine. Gee. It's like Richard's Wild Irish Rose. Oh, you can tell where all your organs are the next day. You breathe hard, your kidneys are screaming at you, your damn spleen screaming at you. I was like, well, this is like a walking atomical chart. They're all yelling.
There you go. Little fireball would always do the trick.
Have you actually tried the Jack Daniel's fire?
I haven't yet.
Put it this way, if you do, you'll be hooked because it tastes even better than Fireball if that's possible.
Really?
Yeah, I mean it's also got 5% more alcohol too, but to me, if you put them side by side, you can tell the Jack Daniel's immediately from the Fireball.
Yeah, I drink the Crown Peach and the what's the other stuff?
You said Beam, Jimmy Beam Peach.
The Jim Beam, and I prefer the Jim Beam over the Crown. Believe it or not.
Oh, the Crown. I'm sorry, the Crown is way too sweet for me. That's just like pouring. That's like having syrup and
yeah.
I can't do that one. I can't say I've had the Jim Beam Peach. I'll tell you the one that decidedly lethal is the apple cider shit with bourbon called Snake Bite. I think it's called. Got a black label with a snake on it. That shit's lethal as hell.
Travis,
they got one too that sits across the room. It's called.
She says, "Whoop whoop," and say back in eating a Snickers. Oh, did you share that, David?
It bounced backwards. Hold on, I'm catching up.
I've got it on the screen there. It says, "Travis, there's a lot lizard looking for David. I don't know why, but she said whoop whoop and say backseat eating Snickers."
Yeah, boys. You must be talking about Brenda with the short green skirt on there, buddy. She said she was going to rock my world, and I thought she was talking about a stone. Evidently, I was wrong.
Yeah, I want to do some of that pepper eating challenge stuff. I'd like to try one of those Reaper potato chips. I really would. I know it'll be a miserable son of a gun, but I'll do it.
Evening there, Mr. Calhoun. Mr. Dale Calhoun on the Travis train. Woo woo!
There's the Rhino Nation again. Thank you, sissy. Uh, uh, anyway, we went way too long last night. What did we go? 5 hours. We had most one of the most.
Something like that.
Yeah, we had
Yeah,
the
but see,
most.
you started because it seemed that it didn't seem that long because you started way early. You started like right near 8 o'clock.
Yeah, yeah. I'm anxious to see Canadian Patriot put this in there, the Constitutional Sheriff's Association. I'm anxious to see if that'll catch some um, traction, and I'm ready to see something happen. I don't know when we'll get to see
Oh no,
any
not
results
doing
of
no,
that.
not doing no George Dickey either. Nope, I'll pass on that one.
Oh, I love George Dickel. If you get the right
Really?
stuff, it's really good. Yeah, flaming hot noodles. Eric, what kind of pepper was it that they brought you from Mexico, bud?
Oh, I think I know what he's talking
Pico.
about.
I've eaten one of the teeny tiny little ghost peppers, and they got a foot on them about this long, and they will kick you in the mouth.
They got one. They
There's
got one that's the size of your pinky nail that'll like put you on serious. I said,
right.
no, thank you. You better have a fire extinguisher when it comes out the other end.
Come on, ice cream. I love hot stuff. If I'm not sweating after I eat it, it's not hot. We're gonna have chili here tomorrow. It was a tiny one. I bet it was a little ghost pepper.
Could be. I don't know. I don't mess with that shit. I don't like her old
Yeah,
stuff too much.
them little babies are called ghost peppers, and they'll burn you up, buddy. The probably I've eaten some of those, but even hotter was for some reason the first habanero I ever ate was a pickled habanero. When I bit into it, the juice landed on my lips, and it whelped my lips. Took me a 6 pack of breath.
A,
RH, how are
snow,
you today?
a snowshoe double shot of Seagram's topped off with oh ew.
Hey, just going over some old memories here, and
Oh,
uh,
jeez.
uh, I just kind of like to reinforce what I was saying last night. I don't come on here to start trouble. This isn't personal for me. I come on to put out information, and hopefully, it'll help people. You know, that's my only motive. You know, to help the channel, and also to keep saying I appreciate you allowing us our voice, you know, because there was really other than outside our little circles that we deal with in everyday life, like our families or our neighbors that we talk to, because we've been shut down everywhere else and unconstitutionally shut down. Uh, when when I say that, I believe it's on the lines of criminal. And what I asked to talk about tonight, and you said it's fine. You can cut me off anytime you like.
Sure.
But the ultimate shutdown is the permanently silence an individual or individuals. And we have witnessed this with our own eyes. We have witnessed this with our own eyes. They have permanently silenced people. You can say, okay, going back to JFK. That was in part the reason why they took him out, to permanently silence him. Okay. Now, I got a big heart for the ranchers and the ranchers out west and the Midwest that are struggling to keep their property. Um, yeah, Irvin, I don't know too much about the camps in Washington other than I know McCord. I was stationed there. I was a tracking technician. Ended up being promoted to a tracking supervisor, far as my assignment was, and then I progressed to a tracking officer position, and I worked for NORAD. So there's a lot of knowledge I have when it comes to joint operations with other nations. So that's basically my background for NORAD in the States. Northwest Regional Operational Control Center, um, and Southeast Air Defense Sector. So I have a lot of knowledge as far as NORAD. When I ask questions, like for example, when we have people like Jeff B on, I ask them because I think that would be a question I would have if I was a civilian. So that's the reason why I brought up McCord. And I know the transition when they started making what I refer to as super bases. Well, basically, a base has a joint like flag officer commander that has all the assets of all 5 branches of service at a base. So, and when something happens around the country and they have to go to an autonomous operations, they can work autonomously without any orders or anything because they already have their, I would say, OIs without getting any depth at all. But anyways, what I want and for myself is just in memory of Lavoy Finnegan. I don't know how many people knew Lavoy, but after his autopsy was completed and they deemed it a homicide, I really got into really a deep dive into the background of his homicide. I just call it a murder. Now, what I do know is the gentleman we were talking about last night, he was brought up because he was involved in the false classification of the ranchers out in the Midwest and Far West that were fighting for their rights, their property rights, the right to own property and to sustain their livelihood. Now they declared the ranchers domestic terrorists. Okay, now why did they do that? Travis, you probably know off the top of your head why they did that.
No, I don't, honestly.
Okay.
Well, they did it so they could take over their land, though. I mean,
right.
obviously.
They declared them domestic terrorists so they can use the full what do you call it? Full power of the federal government when it comes to counterterrorism assets, drones, surveillance. Normally, the assets that we use to surveil the real terrorists, the real threat out there. So, if y'all remember, Rand Paul's filibuster that lasted like 14 hours or something like that, where he was just asking the question of BO if they have a right to kill American citizens with drones. Do y'all remember that? How long it took for them to come back to say, no, we don't have that right to kill an American citizen without due process of law, right? If they aren't given due process of law, they're not guilty of a capital crime, which is worthy of death. You're not allowed to kill an American citizen, period. It's murder. Okay, so Reed and BO found a loophole in what's called the Antiquities Act. And working with the Bureau of Land Management, they were running the ranchers off their land. They were making it federal property in some cases, to basically just steal their land. So what happens when they steal their land? They end up funneling back into their political allies like Reed. Now, Reed, you can go, this is public record at Clark County. You can go to Clark County's assessor's office and see all the land that Reed had acquired and had conducted what's called mineral assessment surveys. Now, there's multiple pieces of land that Reed acquired, multiple plots of land. And that's what the ranchers was raising the alarm about. Okay. Now, in particular, Reed was interested in the uranium and magnesium. Magnesium, I guess, is a certain type of mineral that they use for rocket fuel. So when we think about uranium, we think about uranium-1. We think about the uranium-1 deal with Russia and how that was filtered into Iran to help them build up their nuclear weapons program. Ding, 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 right? Okay. So what did Reed do in BO? They declared the ranchers and Lavoy Finnegan domestic terrorists. They used the full weight of the three-letter agencies to conduct illegal surveillance, and they probably filed a classified FISA, Foreign Surveillance Act, request on them and tied them to somebody else too overseas, which is all bullshit. We all know that. Okay. And basically they started conducting illegal surveillance on all the communications of law-abiding American citizens just fighting for their rights, like they've been doing with us since even before 1/6. Even before 1/6. So they set up, BO and Comey set up a federal task force to take down Lavoy Finnegan. Now, they set up a federal task force, right, which included a surveillance drone. And they were conducting surveillance on the movements, every movement of Lavoy Finnegan. Now, remember, he was in direct communication with his local sheriff, or the local sheriff there in Oregon, wherever they're at, that Malheur, I can't even pronounce it, reserve or whatever. A place basically was pretty much abandoned that nobody even gave a crap about, right? They were just there as a purpose to say, this federal land is really ours, and to point the attention to point the direction of what they are doing through the Bureau of Land Management and through the Antiquities Act of confiscating private property and take away our grazing rights for our ranchers that puts food on our plate, which they've had for over 100 years. So remember, they ran them off the land. First, it was the tortoises and all this bullshit. And, it was ridiculous how the media played into it too. Oh, they're all racist, right? They're domestic terrorists. They're armed radicals. They kept pushing those buttons, right, where they eventually got Obama to take action. And he got with Comey. They set up a federal task force to work with the Oregon State Police to take in Lavoy Finnegan, dead or alive. Okay, so anybody knows anything about armed roadblocks, it's illegal to set up an armed roadblock in a curve, especially in damn icy roads. Now, they had all these assets deployed. They had snipers out there. They had, you know, the hostage. The federal FBI had hostage. What do you call it? Special units for hostage situations. And at the initial stop, they fired a round. I believe it came from the federal agent, fired a round and nearly hit Ryan's arm, his right arm, because he was trying to motion to him, like, I don't know, giving the peace sign or whatever. You know, hey, we're not here. We're just going to meet the sheriff, whatever, and have a public interview with one of the media sources. They were heading to go see whatever. And when they fired that round, Ryan stuck his arm back in the truck real quick, right? And then he basically he was able to get out without getting shot and killed, which is amazing to begin with. And he went over there and told him, listen, there's an 18-year-old girl in that truck. I don't know if y'all even know this, right? Victoria Sharp. She was a Christian gospel singer. She was no damn domestic terrorist.
What?
Remember Amanda Cox? Okay, she was like sort of on the line of an elderly lady. I think she was in her early 60s or late 50s. She was in the vehicle too. And there was a Bundy in there, right. And Lavoy Finnegan was driving. They were going to see the sheriff. So in a situation like that, right, when you got a young innocent lady, actually two innocent ladies, in that situation, if I was leading the task force, no matter what it's called for, right, we could have escorted them to go see the sheriff and say, okay, you can turn yourself into the local sheriff. But no, they couldn't do that because why? The order was given from Barack Obama to bring him in dead or alive. Okay, so this is where you got to start calling it the way it is. The autopsy was ruled a homicide. They falsely claimed that when Lavoy said, okay, if y'all can come along with me if you want to, I got places to go and people to see, right? Y'all can go along. They already knew what he was going to do. I'm going to see my sheriff. So, all right, so no matter how, if you like Lavoy and the people like that, you know, the ranchers that are open supporters of fighting for our Second Amendment rights and First Amendment rights, all our rights, basically, our constitutional rights, or not. That's not the way you handle that type of situation. Okay, so when he finally got tired of the BS and they shot at his vehicle on the initial stop, right? They said, okay, what about this? We were told never to fire a warning shot. Have y'all been told that too before? Law enforcement, from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, if there's any law enforcement people in this room, you cannot fire a warning shot. Only time you draw your weapon is if there's a reason to believe that you might have to use lethal force. But even if you draw your weapon, that doesn't give you the right to use your weapon if there's no immediate threat to your life or physical harm or whatever injury to your person or other persons. So after the round was fired, the shot was fired that nearly hit Ryan's arm, and he got out and he told him who's in the vehicle. Lavoy finally got tired of it because they're sitting there, I don't know how long, right? So and he finally just rolled that window down and said, okay, Um, yeah, we could talk about Grady Judd and not according to Grady Judd at another time. I mean, I'm just trying to get the information out there and let y'all think about it, because it ties into how they're declaring innocent law-abiding parents that go to these school boards as domestic terrorists. The reason why they're doing that is so they will give them the authority to conduct illegal surveillance on more American citizens. And this is what I'm trying to prevent. Okay. So this is how it all ties into it. And I was going to tie it into it, and I'm trying to be as quick as I can about it. So as soon as Lavoie took off and they were riding down the run to go see the sheriff and turn himself into the sheriff, right? They came up on the roadblock in the curve. What did Finnegan have to do? He had to swerve to avoid the roadblock while they were firing at his vehicle. One round struck the very top of the hood, the roof of the vehicle, of the truck he was in. And if it was a little bit lower, it struck Finnegan right in the head. He swerved around the illegal armed roadblock in a curve to miss them. Another guy ran out there. One of the guys in the operation ran out front with his weapon drawn right in front of the truck as it plowed into the snowbank. And they were continuing to fire on his vehicle. Finnegan got out of his vehicle with both his hands raised in the air to draw the fire away from Victoria Sharp, 18-year-old country gospel singer, and Amanda Cox, right? The Bundy guy in there, he was armed with a pistol. He could take care of himself. So Lavoie Finnegan drew the fire away from the two ladies. And then the guy that was there, as far as the what do you call it, the federal task force, he shot first, which drew all the fire on Finnegan, and that's when they shot and killed him and left him to die bleeding in the sand and the snow. They murdered the guy. After he was shot and killed and lied motionlessly in the snow, they were punching through the windows, and they fired in, they're trying to fire in gas canisters in the window. Their laser spots were on Victoria Sharp and Amanda Cox. They had their laser sights. Their weapons were pointed at Victoria Sharp and Amanda Cox. Okay, so they said, we give up. They couldn't breathe, right? They shot the gas in there and all that crap, right? We give up. They had to, first, I think, Bundy, they told him which side of the car to get out of. He got out of the, behind Finnegan's seat. Finnegan's seat was empty. Remember, he's already lying dead in the snow. Bundy gets out from behind Finnegan's seat with his hands raised in the air, and he drops his pistol on the ground to let him know he's unarmed. Right? And he had to walk with his arms up in the air and go back where they were going to put him on the ground, frisk him, handcuff him, and throw him in the car. Then I believe it was either Amanda Cox or Victoria Sharp, and they went out in that order. And it was over. Obama, Comey, and the federal task force accomplished exactly what they set out to accomplish. They brought in Finnegan dead or alive. So there's a very dangerous road when we allow this government, if you call it that, to use the full power of our our armed forces are three-letter agencies on political, they call them political. We're not enemies. We are just political opponents, like in a game, if you will, right? But this isn't a game anymore to them. This isn't a game anymore to them.
No, they're
So
fast tracking.
right.
Yeah.
So that's basically what I want to say. And I tied it in a little bit earlier with when they're starting to categorize innocent mothers and fathers that are just trying to keep these psychopaths from putting all that crap in our kids' brains, right? That don't need to be there. There are actually categorizing law-abiding concerned parents as domestic terrorists as we speak. So they can conduct illegal, unlawful surveillance. And guess what? They're authorized to move federal forces like they've been doing. They moved the Capitol Police Task Force into Florida, right? Is that correct? Is that a correct statement, Travis?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm multitasking. I'm not trying to ignore you. There's a whole bunch of things going on at once here.
Okay, so I just thought that was worth bringing to everyone's attention. I didn't mean to go so long, but I really like to hear people in chat if they want to come up and if they got anything to add to help, it would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, I agree that the government's changing the rules for overreach in these kinds of areas. Actually, I had Shelley said something earlier. Oklahoma is literally one of the states that a foreign entity is not allowed to buy land, and they're allowing them to buy land. So when are we going to get those people to stand up for that kind of activity? Because it's unconstitutional according to the state. The manipulation in the markets and all that stuff is a direct effect on our farmers, and our farmers are still pretty solid in the backbone of America. They're, it's important. We may not consume all of our goods, but we trade them for goods that we do consume. So that's an important part of what's messed up in the world. They're still limiting. There's still ships leaving here empty, and it's bull crap.
Okay, I had a friend that wanted me to bring up something real quick too about what's going on over in Kazakhstan, whatever, and Ukraine. If you can hear me, if that's all right. Just real quick. Now, there's a couple of politicians out there that have called to actually use nuclear weapons against Russia here recently. Now, there's a very, very smart individual I like to draw your attention to. His name is Dr. Paul Craig Roberts. He was a senior advisor to President Ronald Reagan while I was on active duty. Okay, and he helped set up the peace treaty we had with Russia and regarding the Soviet Union before their collapse, and basically before Reagan asked Gorbachev to take down the wall, and we took down the wall, and basically we declared we won the Cold War. Now, our promise to Russia was that if they did certain things like take down that wall, we were going to not put U.S. bases in any of the former communist bloc nations surrounding on the borders of Russia. So it was during the Clinton administration that they broke that promise, and we started building U.S. bases as part of NATO on the bordering countries of Russia. Now, so
I have a question for you, RH, before you go any further.
go ahead.
What army does NATO belong to?
What army does North
Well,
America?
okay, what military force does NATO respond to? The globalist.
Right, right. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, David. I understand. I agree with you completely. All right. But these idiots, there you go in Kazakhstan again. There's another regime that they tried to overthrow with a coup, right? And they failed this time. So now what is Russia asking for? Basically, Russia's asking for to go back to your promise and remove your U.S. bases from countries bordering us. So I would just like to say, would we like a Russian base right on our southern border? Right? Did we like the Russian nuclear missiles in Cuba? You know, I mean, of course, no, we don't. Would we want a Russian military base in Canada on our northern border? So, yeah, I'm not a communist. I'm not supporting communism by any means, but, right is right and wrong is wrong, period. So that's all I have for tonight. Thanks a lot.
Hey, I can't
Thank you.
hear you guys.
We can't hear us again, Greg?
Very lately.
Have you got your headset on? Where's your headset?
Huh?
Where's your headset?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Hey,
great.
Travis,
Got a little
you're going to have to get him some Garanimals.
Garanimals. There you
Garanimals.
go. There you go. The implementation of the Patriot Act and after 9/11 started, the police states we are seeing come to the forefront was given its permission to proceed against the United States citizens. I agree with that. There's a lot of things that we're letting our legislators pass that we need to talk about. Thank you, Pappy. Good to see you. How have you been, Pappy Two Bears?
Hey, Travis,
Yeah.
real quick, that link for the source of all that information, look up the Russia situation or Ukraine situation. That's paulcraigroberts.org. paulcraigroberts.org. If you want to hear the history of what I was just speaking about, far as the history of how, Ukraine has been part of Russia for longer than the U.S. has been a country. So, this goes all the way back to Christian Emperor Catherine the Great. Okay, so there's part of
PaulCraigRoberts.org. I got it right.
Okay. All right. Now he's got a lot of good information, including the Achu jabs, whatever. Very, very smart guy to listen to. So a lot smarter than I am, that's for sure.
Right. On day 16 says if there is a red wave in 2022, the repeal of the Patriot Act must be the first order of business. I would agree 100% on that. Because we've let it get way out of hand. Let's see here.
Well, Russia gets back all those countries anyway under Nasara Jassara. So if that kicks off, they get back all their countries that left them. So, I mean, what's the big deal? I'm like, Heard somebody clicking. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
That's me. One of the things, and I know people, I know I see people in chat all the time say they're never voting again, never voting again, never voting again. We have to overwhelm them. That's the only way we're going to beat a crooked system. I'm sorry. That's it. Period. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Hey, David. I really hope that Nassar, whatever stuff goes through. I really do. I've read a little bit about it, but what I like to say is, guess what happens to the United States if we turn all this power over to this so-called government, like Russia did to keep them basically during World War II and before that. A lot of people don't know the history of the battle of the Islamic Ottoman Turks. I shouldn't, I kind of watch what I say about that stuff because it could be some trigger words. I don't want, to have any trouble, but this is true history.
Strike, RH. We've still never had a strike. We've still never had even a strike. I've had one warning and I appealed it and I won it, and they still won't let me back on the other channel.
Yeah, that's ridiculous over archery class, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but yeah, it is stupid.
But remember, the Russian people are just like we are in many aspects. They just turned over all the power to their government. And this is what America's going to be if we don't keep these so-called politicians to uphold, if we don't keep them to uphold their oath of office, whatever position they are, that's what we're going to turn into. This will be just another communist country.
Well, here you go, RH. So under Nassar Jashar, what have you read about that says that we're not going to be communist? Because everything I read about it says you ain't going to own shit. You're going to do what you're told. You're going to live free. And they're going to give you money, and everybody's going to be happy. First of all, if they start giving people money to live on, you're going to raise prices are going to go through the roof. People aren't going to go to work for a reasonable wage. They're going to gouge everybody. And that alone is going to cause prices. Inflation is going to go through the roof. So I've still not. And what I did read on, or what I have found on it, is it followed me back into, I think, in the 1990. And it was a pyramid scheme, and the guy's in prison still for embezzling $20 million.
Well, I have one other question for you, RH. Which president gave Iran, or I should say Syria and Iran, the nuclear bomb or nuclear weapons? I should say.
Yeah, I wasn't really trying to question you like an investigation when you put that information out, but Barack Obama was. We can even include John Roberts in that situation, and not John Roberts, Mueller. I don't know why I was thinking John Roberts, but Robert Mueller.
Well, I don't know about Mueller, but put it this way. I do know they sent 8 of them to Syria. Syria used one of them, or actually it's a rocket, it's a nuclear mortar. You might as well say it's like a miniature nuclear bomb. And the other 7 went to Mr. Soleimani. And Mr. Soleimani had what? Unfettered access to transport uranium back on his plane, a Gulfstream 7, by help and evading by the CIA. So this stuff about Iran and the nuclear bomb, they've already had enough material to make a nuclear bomb for a long, long time.
Right. Well, we're talking about uranium-1, and you got the book Clinton Cash out there that proves pretty much that Obama started doing that right when he got in office. In July 2009, July 7th, 2009, that's when he met and had that secret one-on-one with Putin when he was prime minister and Medvedev was president. They set up the uranium-1 deal. That's why they made up this P-tape BS, because they want to draw our attention away from the bed that Hillary Rodham Clinton was sleeping in, and the bed Barack Obama was sleeping in when they were selling out our uranium to Russia. which eventually was funneled into Iran to help them start up their nuclear weapons program. It had nothing. Yeah, it had a little bit to do with their power, their energy power plant, nuclear power plants, but one of the main focuses on giving in that type of uranium that we have, which is, pretty like one of the purest forms of uranium, was for them to help them build their nuclear weapons program. Because Obama, in his infinite wisdom, right, thought that if he could equal the power of Israel, it would keep Israel from going in and preemptively attack Iran to take out these weapons before they're ever able to be used. So what did BO also do? They also allowed the S-300 air defense weapons system to be delivered and sold to Iran during the so-called Iran deal. That's the deals they were making. So Russia sent over.
Wait a minute. You just went way off track. The Iran deal was Obama paying off the Iranians for hiding Osama bin Laden in the north of Iran. That's number one. As far as who gave them the nuclear material, it wasn't Hillary and who selling the nuclear stuff to Russia. Soleimani was here every 2 weeks, and the CIA escorted him and took uranium back to Iran at a furious pace.
Well, I can't verify all that information you're
And
putting out.
Israel has something that the rest of the world doesn't know about. If you want to play Star Wars, like Star Trek, you ever remember the Klingon ships that uncloak? The Israelis have that in the F-35 aircraft. They can not be detected until you are right on their butt. It's got nothing to do with stealth or anything else. It's some kind of weapon that the Israelis have perfected. And the United States has a few of those, a squadron, I think 12 aircraft, F-22s, that they have put this into, and those are in Taiwan.
Yeah, well, I don't know
about
all this stuff.
about Taiwan.
I can't verify. That's the reason why I was asking you for a source last time. I wasn't like putting you under investigation and all that kind of stuff. Because I wanted to look into it a little bit further, because I basically, the things you're saying, I can't verify. If I can't verify something, I'll listen to your opinion, but I can't support it until I can verify it. Just
I don't have it all written down at my fingertips, but it's out there if you dig hard enough in the right places. But I will tell you that most people, the Chinese are going to invade Taiwan. The Chinese would get their tail waxed, because Taiwan has what? They have F-16s that are Block 70, which are the most lethal current event F-16s. The Air Force doesn't even have 64 Block 70 F-16s. Taiwan has all of them. Every one of them that they've come off the line, minus about 10, has gone to Taiwan. They also got Harpoon missiles to the tune of 400 with 100 truck launchers there. There's so much stuff sitting off the coast of Taiwan that China would never even think about going after, because their whole Navy would be gone in about 15 minutes.
Well, just like Travis, you're saying about Jisara and Nasara, I don't know enough about it to say it's going to happen or it's true or not. But what I do know is a lot of times when you hear something that's too good to be true, what happens? It's normally not true, correct?
Okay. And I know you're a really good researcher, and I'll try to dig up. I wished I had my notebook here, because I had websites and stuff that that I was digging this information up, and I was in the middle of the road. I did not have an opinion either way. And because once you get emotional to one side or the other, you're only gonna find what you want to find. And what I discovered is it's the same thing as socialist communism. And I say this all the time. Both extremes are eating the middle, and I believe that's what they want people to think. And if they kick that in, you're not going to own anything. You will own nothing. You will be told what to do and live under a rainbow and eat rainbow stew on a silver spoon. I can't see anything that's going to make that would that would even be healthy for our economy. So, and I know you'll research. I'll try to get you what stuff I had. It'll probably take me a week or so when I get back to Pennsylvania. But I can send you. You'll end up chasing your tail, I think.
Well, I know I was listening to Simon Parks quite a bit. You know, I served with Simon for about a year or two. He was in a joint command I was working in. He was in Intel, and they actually, whenever I got hurt, they were wanting to see if I can move over to be like an analyst, and I turned the job down because I wasn't really into that kind of work because that wasn't my background, you know. So, but Simon Parks is real. He is real. He served his country. He served, I would say, honorably in a multinational command, and I actually worked with Simon Parks. So he is real. He's the real deal. Now, some of the stuff he puts out, I can't agree with because I don't know whether it's true or not. Just like Gisara, but I do know that there's ways naturally to prevent us from getting sick from these towers and that kind of thing. And there's a lot of electromagnetic kind of like energy that's going through our body that we've never experienced before, and it could end up being harmful to us, all of us, in the long run. But most of us, including myself, we just don't know enough about it. I do know one thing though: if I stepped out of that radar operation van and I got too damn close to that radar, I'd be sterilized for life. So what are they saying happens to men that keep their cell phones in their pocket? You know, all the things we've been warned about, you know, it's kind of common sense, you know, in a way. But yeah, it might not have the immediate effects like a AN-TIP C75 radar, but you know, it can have long-term effects, which will basically give the same results.
I have another question for you, RH. What was the biggest piece of information that we gleaned out of January 6th?
The Capitol Hill setup?
No. What strategic information did we get out of January 6th?
That the feds ran it. It was a
No.
setup.
No, got nothing to do with that. The piece of intel that was gotten off of Nancy Pelosi's laptop was that General Electric was going to be sold within 3 days of that event. Where? In the country of Pakistan. To who? The Chinese. For $5.6 billion. The whole company, lock, stock, and barrel. And what happened to Pakistan for 4 days? They were blacked out entirely by Space Force or somebody on this side of the country. Because the importance of that is if the Chinese got General Electric, what does General Electric build damn good? Aircraft engines. What is the Chinese Achilles heel? Aircraft engines. They have nice plane designs, but their engines suck. They stall if you make a hard or left or right turn in high G forces. And when you go to land or take off of a carrier deck, 9 times out of, not 9 times, but 6 times out of 10, they stall or have a malfunction and it drops the plane into the sea.
Well, you know, I kind of hate to say this, David, but we already knew about that before 1/6.
No, we didn't.
Okay, it'll take me.
I got news for you. There's very few people that knew that GE was going to be sold lock, stock, and barrel to the Chinese. I can bet you they know, but not many people knew that.
There's things they have to do that's required by law before they can even do any type of transfer, that kind of There's licensing agreements.
You're
There's
missing the
everything.
point. It was not
No,
going to
no,
be a legal transfer. Why do you think special forces raided the Capitol and stole all these laptops under a guise of something else? They had what on their backpacks? They had white tape. That is why, because when there's something happens at the Capitol, they shut all communications and everything down. They lock the area down. So these book bags with the laptops were thrown in a bush or somewhere else of a secure place. And when that dragnet and all that was done, all they had to do was dial up the satellites and boop, they could pick up exactly where the book bags were and go get the computers.
all right. All right. That's your opinion of what happened.
It's
Give
not
me it.
my opinion. That is fact.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
You can
Okay,
you can
give
take
me-
it as
give-
my opinion, but you can go look it up. You can go look it up, and you'll be like, oh, okay. You can start connecting the dots.
Okay. So if you give me a day or two, I can give you the information that will prove that it's been out since before January 6th, 2021. Fair enough? And if
You knock your
you end up
socks off.
correct, if you end up to be correct, which we may find out sooner or later from an official source that I would maybe trust, then I will say you're right. But until then, that's your opinion. Fair enough.
Fine. That's fine.
All right. I got to go check something out right quick.
Uh-oh.
There were several interesting comments that went by while you guys were talking, and I can't remember what it was. And the chat's moving so fast. There's 264 people. Thank you guys for coming in. I really
Would you
appreciate
like
it.
me to back up? What did we miss, Dad? What did we miss? Hold on here. I'm going to go back.
Oh, we missed a whole bunch.
Are they saying the Earth's flat? Are they saying the Earth's flat?
That she's quite a character.
Uh-oh.
Let me
You
go
see
look.
here's here, Dad? You see here's here, Dad? Kimmy Young's here. Kimmy Young's here. Hi, Kimmy. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Kimmy Young's here. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Kimmy Young's here. I got a pair on my horn, baby. I got a pair on my horn. Whoop, 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 whoop.
You ain't riding ahead, David. You know that, right?
I know. I got to drop the time or two when I was a kid, probably.
That's all good. All right, let's go see. Huh.
It ain't nothing bad. It's you get to ride a short bus. You ain't got that many people to worry about getting off the bus first. Oh, we got Hicker. Oh, well, hold on. Man, I need to get some glasses.
Roy Horsfall, you should put that up on the screen. In 2016, a Chinese company bought General Electric's appliance division. Okay, there's that. It doesn't just apply to the appliance division. I believe, isn't there a foreign something or whatever? Whenever you sell a certain U.S. business or technology, which like a nuclear energy plant, power plant, or whatever, aren't there certain applications they have to fill out and everything? They just can't do that autonomously on their own. I don't really believe it. Okay, and if they did, whether we took action to counter it or not, wouldn't that be lawless? Wouldn't that be against the law?
Excuse me. Let me see. We had 8 years of the most lawless administration in United States history. So why would they care about being lawless? Everything they did, Fast and Furious. Let me see. Uranium One. We could run down a list. There's about 25 scandals. Every other day they were dropping a scandal. So I don't really think Barack Obama and a certain individual that's playing the part now are really worried about the law. And if you pull up 5 minutes off of Hunter Biden's laptop and see what Hunter and dear Joey are doing, every person in this country would grab a rope and hunt him down and string him up
I thought everything was
instantly.
done by the book. Wasn't everything supposed to be done by the book?
Might be by the book, but you really want to go into what's on there? Because I've heard and seen, I haven't seen the pictures, but I have heard, and other people have heard and know what's on there. And the FBI's had it for almost 2 years and done nothing. Mainstream news media's had it for 2 years and done nothing. All you would have to do is take a screenshot of the picture, send it to every home in America, and send along an authenticated letter saying this is not bullshit, it's real. They would everybody grabbing a rope and want to string that man up.
Possibly.
No, possibly.
Benjamin says he can't chat and chat. I don't know why.
I was actually being sarcastic about by the book. That's referring to Susan Rice email to herself, referring that everything they've done is by the book.
There was another comment in there I wanted to grab. I just can't find it now. I'm sorry, I was doing several things at once. I was trying to check the YouTube studio and Sheriff Greg still can't hear us. I guess we have to restart everything, Greg.
So what else we got going on? How's your day, Kimmy Young? Are you doing good? Have you had your pair today? Ooh.
actually, had text back and forth to her today. She's she's funny. Susan Rice,
I like going over her house, Dad, because Kimmy's got them chips you got in the can. They all stack themselves. It's so nice to eat them out the can. Don't make no mess on the carpet. She ain't got a vacuum. Whoop, whoop. Don't get my bottom smacked. I'm good. Don't make no mess.
Benjamin, hang on, I'll tell you, Lori. They can't chat and chat. Whoops, wrong one.
Whoops. Oh, damn.
Oh, yeah, I'll put that up there. K Nation says she has a special needs grandson. Don don't really care about short bus jokes. Yeah, that joking and having fun is all right, but you know it does sometimes
I'm sorry. I'll apologize. I'm sorry if I offended someone by saying that.
Yeah, because it I don't know how to.
I get what you're saying. I'm sorry. I'll apologize to whoever I offended with that saying by saying that. I didn't mean any disrespect in any way, shape, or form.
I don't know. Did somebody know something about Russia taking out NATO?
Well, Don said they got a ton of aircraft in the air and they've been dropping troops like mad. So
yeah, but that's in the Ukraine, right? And that brought another question too.
I'm not sure. I think that has to be doing on Kazakh. let me pronounce it, Kyrgyzstan, because they have that alliance, just like NATO. They have that COS or whatever those states are supposed to be. Call on Mother Russia if they get attacked. Well, Kyrgyzstan has already put out the word they wanted Russia's help to retake their country. But
Right.
Kyrgyzstan, the issue with that is they have tons of energy reserves and everything else, but the CCP supposedly moved the Bitcoin mining from the Three Gorges Dam to there, and they were sucking up all the power. And the people were like, well, okay, how come we're freezing and don't have power for our houses? Yet we have all these natural resources.
Right.
Plus, there's a bunch of other stuff going on there too with the banks and all that other stuff. But that's one of the last bastions of the supposed Khazarian mafia. Whether it's true or not, do not know.
Well, I believe that RT News said yesterday, it may have been the day before, that what did they say? I'll make sure I get it right. But all of their politicians have walked out and resigned, every single one.
Oh, all right. I see where now. I see exactly who it is. All right.
Oh, you can't do that. Okay.
All right. I
I'm going
see who
back
it
in
is
here.
now.
Okay.
All right. So I'll KN, I'm sorry if that joke was taken. I should have never said it. I apologize as it offended you in any way. I apologize for saying it. And Eric, you should apologize too in chat because some of the stuff you said didn't go well either.
Right. And just it was just he thought it was going to be funny. I've actually made some comments myself that way, not here, but I actually drove a truck that had that on the side of it.
Right.
It didn't, it wasn't trying to be disrespectful,
Right.
And you don't think about that. So 3 of them were beheaded. 3 of the politicians, Teely. So anyway, we'll drop the link, see if anybody's got anything else they want to talk about. Man, I wish you could. I wish I could get you a laptop, brother. But we're saving up for a sublimation printer. If you guys want,
I'll get one. They got them on. I got the thing. I forgot what to play. I got it written down. You can get laptops cheap. Well, hey, I got a question. Anybody in chat know, is a Chromebook, is that a real laptop or is it just a bullshit one from Google?
I don't know. Some of the Chromebooks are really good.
I'm asking because I'm being dead serious. I have no clue. I don't know shit about computers. I mean, you could stick 2 of them side by side. And the only thing I'm going to tell you is the difference in the screen size and the color. That's about it. As far as what they do, damn, I'm stupid. As you could tell by today's live stream. Ah!
All right, Dawn, where'd you go?
He's probably out smoking because he said he'll be right back.
No, I'm looking for him on the YouTube because he's wanting to drop a link.
All right. You're welcome, Kay. I'm sorry if I offended you in any way. It wasn't meant to be. I was just trying to be stupid and silly in it. Sorry. Oh, okay. I'm glad.
Dawn,
I love you too.
You can share a link now. Dawn, you can share a link now. Eric Green says Chromebook sucks. He had one.
Well, now you got.
I was looking for one of your.
Well, you got one right before that said Chromebook is a good computer. So, well, you got one good, one bad. Let's see a third review on a Chromebook.
It's just like a laptop or a regular computer. It all depends on what the system is. Like this laptop I'm on here is really fast.
Well, that's because you had Super Flash to like pretty much go through the whole internals and say, hey. But just remember the root of Chrome. Well, like we're going to be able to do something about that right now. We're going to worry about the root of Google and Chrome. We ain't going to be holding nothing that's in most people's hands now either. There'd be no such thing as an Android phone.
We're getting more bad on the Chromebooks.
Well, that's cool. Let's take a thing. Chrome. Boop, boop. That's what I'm saying. I don't know crap about them. I mean, except they're different colors and they got different size screens. As far as what's in the shit and what they do, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Now,
I'm one of them
what I
people that
got,
plugs that bastard in the wall and pushes the power button and hope it works. Beep. Can you do that with a tablet? I mean,
you can,
or should I say?
it doesn't, the tablet's really, it limits your abilities just like your phone does. Do you have the ability to turn your Wi-Fi on and Wi-Fi hotspot?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're near
So
one, I mean, yeah. I mean, I can do that. My phone can do that.
Okay. But see, you're going to use a lot of data. I went to the unlimited. I went to.
My phone's got unlimited data on it.
Okay.
My phone. Go ahead.
I went to U.S. Cellular because it's unlimited. They're not supposed to throttle my internet at all.
Well, I can tell you on my phone, I use like anywhere from 50 some to 65 gigabytes a month.
See, and that should be impossible. If you watch 24/7, back in the day, you couldn't get. The CDC director says the overwhelming number of COVID deaths had 4 or more comorbidities, 675,000 of the 800,000. I know. I actually saw that today. I seen the interview with I can't remember who it was now, but yeah, they're going to have to start backpedaling on this. My friend that's a nurse at the nursing home here was told today she would either have to get a N95 mask or have the third. And she warned them because she had blood clots after the second one immediately.
Well, okay, you have graphite oxide is number one. You have HIV, human fetuses, and some other kind of fetus, plus about 48 other pathogens. HIV is one of them in there, and 48 other pathogens in the whatever you want to call it, the shot, the jabby do. So, need you to say more than that? I don't think you need to find more than two that you said, oh, okay, I'm not taking this stuff. But
Hey, Travis, I got a question for you real quick.
Okay.
Is that all right? I share a link. Is it all right if I share a link in the private chat and
Sure.
you look it over the headline? I'm really just interested in people reviewing the link on their own. If you want to, you can share it where it just brings up the headline of the article. Now, this would really help a lot of people because, like I said, I have actually worked on this fight before, over 10 years ago now, against these unconstitutional mandates. And now it was, granted, it was a couple of years after I'd already retired from active duty, but we ended up winning that fight. Now, you'll see some statements in the article about the DOD's reason for mandating a certain jab, but just replace that jab, okay, with what we're dealing with now, okay, with the C. Okay, that's all you got to do. Now take all the information together and take it to your representative. Take it to your representative and say, hey, the precedent is already set. okay, by a federal judge. And this is what's going to happen if you guys keep on trying to force this stuff on people that aren't even, it's not even a threat to their, their personal health or livelihood or whatever, to have to take this thing. So I really appreciate it because I wasn't the only one working on this. And I actually, before I retired from active duty, I actually went around and I informed the officers appointed above me that there's going to be where it's going to be, you cannot force this on people anymore. We were lucky in a way that because they were planning on making it compulsory for 100% of all active duty personnel. And the only reason why they wasn't able to roll it out as quick as they wanted to and force us to get it way back in, was 91, prior to going into the Desert Shield and Desert Storm thing, whether you're in theater or not. If you're on standby or whatever, you're in a position that you might have had to go. We were processing through the mobility processing line to do just that. But the manufacturer that produced the serum, there was only one, and they couldn't put out enough doses, so they had to prioritize who they gave it to. But remember, we did win that battle, and that was over going on 10 years now. So I will share that link to you, and please, people in the chat, please just go through it. It'll only take maybe 10 minutes the most to read the article, and provide it to your local representatives and your state representatives and your federal representative, whoever your senator is. Provide them the information, because I don't hear a single person talking about this angle we can fight this with. You know what I mean? So just give me a minute. I'll go off, and then you probably have to send me the link again to come back on, and I'll share it in private chat.
The link should be the same, RH.
Okay.
But I can send it to you again.
All right.
Whatever you need.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. All right. I had to clean my glasses off.
I'm gonna leave that alone, Dad.
I'm gonna leave that alone, Dad.
I didn't see it, so.
No, never mind. Hold on. Gotta get my eyes killing me.
I don't either. I don't either, and I think it's essential that we can make our own decisions. That's inevitable. Some of these corporations, I'm anxious. On day 16, and we're going to do a live when the Supreme Court comes out with their decision.
Are we gonna have on day 16 make some brownies? No.
I don't know if she'll bring us brownies.
Come on day 16. We gotta have a SCOTUS party. You gotta bring some brownies or something.
Come on. Gotta have some kind of snack.
Can't have a SCOTUS watch party without some kind of snack. Come on now.
That's exactly right. I haven't had a homemade snack in a minute, but I'm cooking homemade chili tomorrow for everybody. So if you guys want to be here about 6:30.
You know why? Because Dad run over a squirrel or two today. He said, I'm going to get some use out of them bad boys.
Johnny, I think that if you give them an inch, they'll take 10 miles now. They seem to think they can push and push and push and push. There you go, RH, you're back. I got it. Whoops. Oh, Los Angeles Times, too. All right. I'll drop this in chat.
All
This is
right.
the link that
I need 6 gigs of memory. I need 32 or 128 gigabytes of storage. 2.5 megahertz of the hell was that word? Oh, processor.
You can't spell, Frank. That ain't how you spell processor.
Oh, I want a blueberry muffin, Dale. That's not fair. Share my recipe. Okay. It's real. Mine's real simple. There you are, RH.
All right, I'm back.
All right. Yeah, I dropped it in the chat. And I'll drop it
Okay.
again here in a minute. It's from the Los Angeles Times. It's military news, right?
I believe it's
Anytime.
a local, but they put out a lot of good factual information. They're not, that woke, type, but they can get that way too. I've read some things both ways. So, also the referencing Paul Craig Roberts earlier. Remember, he was the editor of the Wall Street Journal. Also, after he was the a senior or main advisor to President Reagan.
Okay, say that again. I didn't hear that.
Oh, the reference to keep forgetting his name, Paul Craig Roberts. He was the fellow I said to look up, paulcraigroberts.org. That's his website. After he was a advisor to President Reagan, he was put on as editor of the Wall Street Journal. Now, I don't know if you remember me sharing some pictures about, now this is off topic of what I just shared to you earlier, but with Los Angeles Times, but he's the one that put out those pictures. One of the looked like a stealth drone type helicopter, and one that looked like it was the Navy SEAL helicopter that actually went down or exploded on takeoff from the so-called Bin Laden compound in Pakistan.
Hi, Joy.
Hello.
Woo woo! Break out the party hats, baby. It's on day 16 in the house. Whoop 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 whoop.
By the way, I'm jealous of Dale. Blueberry muffins are my favorite. Fresh out of the oven, let the butter soak through.
What are you talking about?
Blueberry muffins.
Blueberry
Dale.
muffins, girl. Blueberry muffins.
I thought we were talking about hot peppers earlier.
Oh, we can talk about those too.
I'm confused. I was half asleep and then I was summoned up on panel.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You got to get waked up because we was talking about hot chili thing burning your butthole before. Now we're talking about blueberry muffins that melt in your mouth with butter on them. So now you're caught up.
I thought maybe you want to talk about philosophy or legal theory or something like that,
Oh, no. Wait a minute. You said you was having a SCOTUS party with Travis, so you've got to make something, brownies, cookies. You got to cook something, girl, because you can't have a party without no snacks.
Yeah, I have nothing to talk about, I guess, until SCOTUS comes in with a decision.
Oh,
I'm on
I
call.
didn't say that.
My boss told me I'm on call, and when the SCOTUS decision goes down, I've got to come up on panel and discuss it. But so far, my prediction is it definitely by Friday. That's what everybody's saying. And
now look, you got 3 days to make cookies, brownies, something. Come on, go to the store and get some popping fresh dough and throw it on a pan. We ain't gonna know the difference. It ain't like you got a trademark on the end of it.
I ain't your maid. I'm nobody's maid here.
Did we say that?
All you single ladies, I'm a single guy that cooks and I love to cook. Just so you know.
You're
a party host. You're having these SCOTUS parties, so you got to provide the snacks.
Well, I meant, well, I was going to call in anyway because I was going to wish you luck on your new channel, David. And
Thank you. You was over there today and had a little technical issues.
absolutely. We all have to support each other. And of course, when I launch my fabulous channel, I know you'll all be over there someday if I ever get my act together. And
Absolutely.
and Travis,
Yes.
I wanted to give you congratulations as well.
Oh, thank you. On what?
I'm seeing the number of views on some of your videos this week. Sounds like you've teamed up with some heavy hitters, some big channels up, and they've given you, a big boost. So well done.
Oh,
Well done.
you are funny. You are funny.
Just ask Travis how funny I am.
I know exactly where that's go. I know exactly where that was launched, and it came like a stealth. It's like a stealth missile, and everybody else ain't gonna pick up on it. But I know exactly what it means.
Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, I
have
know. Go
no
ahead,
idea
blatant
what you're
innocence.
talking
That's
about.
why we're gonna send you and sneak in the back because you like gonna be whoop. You are funny.
I'm a master
That
troll.
was very. I'll put it this way. I will give you mass kudos, Mister, on day 16. I will give you mass kudos for that one. That was funny.
I'm funnier than I seem.
Well, you're because I'm in the know. That's why. That's why it's funny. But
Yeah, I'm like a stealth missile,
exact. It runs at hypersonic
Yeah.
speed.
Absolutely.
Well, I think a lot of the reason that our numbers are going up and our things are doing good is because I've got people like you in the background. I got people like Mike. Jeff B can come in here anytime they want. You guys, everybody's welcome here anytime. You bring up a lot of the topics that I usually open the show with, and we don't have to stay in the rabbit holes all the time because I know people get tired of that stuff. You were worried that the SCOTUS talk was going to be boring. We hit 2,400 views on it.
Because we hit 4,100. 4,100.
Have we hit 4,100?
Not that I'm obsessed with the numbers or anything, but
but
I actually told you. I said I don't know if your audience is really going to want to,
Oh
hear
my!
that kind of thing.
No, that ain't it. Is that the real one, or is that the fake one there, Travis?
Do we have the real one, or is it the real bat signal, or the fake?
I didn't think so. The dartboard didn't look right.
No, it doesn't have. No, there's no wrench. There's no wrench.
Plus, it also don't have the little dart. It don't have the little.
Here pretending to be Jeff B. You better be a mod.
No, you know what? I'm not. Listen, I'm not a big enough superstar to be on the same panel as the famous Jeff B.
Oh, it is. Okay, it is Jeff B. Because he knew that's the secret word. Why don't you have your wrench?
Where's his wrench? I want I want two-factor authentication.
Two-factor authentication.
Yeah. I'm not going to be trolled.
Well, he can do that with 3 words. He can do that with 3 words.
I think he's got a key. I think he has the number to the Travis Bat phone if he really wants to be up on panel. So that's the fail safe.
I'll email him the link anytime he wants to. I appreciate him helping us out. I'm hoping that he'll bring his people over here. I'll give him a whole free hour to talk about all the anomalies that we're seeing in here, because I want to try to raise some money, because I've got some really cool things in mind that I want to do next.
Yeah, well, you and I talked about, there's a lot of good ideas we have, for your charity stuff. So that's the other thing we talk about. But, I was just happy that I didn't bore people to death last Friday. And I think regardless of how the court decides, we're going to have a lot to talk about with that. I actually I thought I was expecting my phone to ring and Travis say, well, what are we talking about tonight on the show? But he had other plans, but I had a backup plan just in case, because I thought it would be fun to again, this is assuming we could get the technical snafus worked out, but I thought it would be fun to play some of the video from today's hearing and talk about it and comment on it in real time, because there was some interesting stuff at that hearing. That was my plan B, but look, You guys
Well,
winning
we
another
got to
cup.
get Jeff B. out in the forest and get him a little fresh air so he can go stampede with the rhino crew.
Yeah, boy. Come on, Jeff B. Let's get some fresh air.
I'll know that I've arrived and I've achieved celebrity status on YouTube if I appear on the panel with Jeff B. But so far,
Hey, OD1, I had a
I don't like to
question
get
for
in the
you.
way of all the mansplaining going on the panel. You know what I mean? I'm like a different, you know. Travis thinks I have a calming voice, so when things get a little
You have a
bit
very
crazy,
calming voice.
yeah, he likes me to come up here and babysit.
Ain't nobody fighting tonight. We're not doing nothing nasty.
Do you see the private chat and Joy?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm missing something.
Okay, just keep watching.
Okay. Well,
There you go.
oh, he got my joke too. He got my joke too. We're all on the. He got my joke
Right.
too. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, now
You guys are all.
yep,
You
all right.
guys are all
I've
figuring
got a
it out.
copy.
Well, like I said,
I said it's funny because people in the know it's funny.
it pays to know, really like, influential people, influencers. Travis, it's good that you can ride their coattails and, grift your way into fame and fortune. So, well done.
Code word
Yeah,
smart.
I'd really like to see if OD1 can review that, at least the headline. Travis, can you bring up the just the headline?
And
on
by
that
the way,
link?
can I say something? I don't mean to interrupt you, RH, but I like it when you come up on the panel. You bring up stuff that, I wouldn't be allowed to talk about on here. So,
Why wouldn't you be?
Oh, you mean I bring out too many trigger words? You mean I screw up too many
no
times?
such thing. No such thing.
Bite my tongue.
I'm a very lenient mod too. I let some of it, takes a lot for me to take a comment down. I guess I like to, I don't mind being triggered. Fine. I got a long fuse. It takes a lot to get me upset.
I've only actually heard her upset once.
Yeah.
Once.
How'd that go?
And
Well, I wasn't upset at you, but
we turned it into a laughing conversation that lasted a while.
Travis, we have turned it into a cottage industry.
Yes, we did. There's certain things that really make me mad sometimes when people even come into the chat and say stupid stuff, or somebody that makes fun of my videos. I blow it off. It doesn't matter to me. I keep focused on what I'm trying to do and where I'm gonna go with the channel. And so when they do that, and I'm as good as anybody. I'm just like Eric. I can make fun of myself all I want to, and I laugh about it. I've got the biggest ears Dumbo ever saw. I'm telling you, I should be able to fly.
That's just because you ain't following his instruction. I told him he emailed you 3 times.
I really wish there's somebody who is in the chat all the time, and I don't know who this person is. Redneck PSYOP, Minister of Information, something like that.
Well, that would be good luck. That can be your project. You can figure out who that is.
That person knows
I know
what's
who
up
it
on
is.
this channel.
I know who it is, and they're my friend. Just let them be.
No, it's not in a bad way. I'm like, they'll take charge. Keep you,
Yep.
make sure you.
I want to know if Jeff wants some of that stew I had out there in the woods.
What kind of herbs did you put in it?
Nah, it's not herbs. It was you didn't hear. I don't think you saw what I put in the chat.
Well, you know what I'm asking. You know what I'm asking.
You're right. I know exactly where you were going with it, but I'm saying I don't think you saw what I put in the chat over there that Jeff responded to.
Oh, it was hilarious. I'm gonna step away to the
Oh, wait a minute. Day 1. I mean, yeah, I'll be all right. Day 16. Since you're up here, I'll put it in chat. Hold on, I'll put it in the private chat.
Now, oh yes, I see. Something.
No, I'm putting it in there now.
Okay. So who's in charge when Travis goes to the men's room? Who's in charge of chat? RH, do you want to be in charge? Is he still up? Oh,
Hold on,
You
you
can
guys,
be in
you
charge.
can,
You seem to be the boss. You can be in charge.
no. I'm
Joy.
just the little old female on here. I don't know nothing. I know nothing.
You can handle anything. I know.
Andy Zipowitz. Yeah, we need some. Well, Travis has proven that he can make deals with some of the biggest, most illustrious celebrities out there in YouTube land. So why not Andy Sipowicz? It could be any. I mean, maybe we could get Kim Kardashian to come on here. That would really drive the numbers up.
there you go. There you go on day 16.
Oh yeah, that looks. Oh yeah,
Not
that's quite a
not
recipe.
not
That's
very
quite a
tasty,
recipe.
but
No,
yeah, it's
no,
not very
no, thanks.
tasty.
I think I'll be a vegetarian. Thank you.
And the worst part is, if you get that for dinner, then you get to have some Libertard sherbet for dessert.
I don't know about nothing. That's a bunch of, that's look, all I know is about gardening, knitting, and the United States Supreme Court. Those are my
Right.
specialties.
You
Well,
you
I'm
stick to
looking through
that
chat to
story.
see it. I'm
Kill
looking through
with it. Cook it.
I'm looking through chat to see if anybody's got anything they want to talk about. Oh, someone's asking if there's a specific date. They did not announce a specific day that they were going to announce a decision, but the case was heard on an emergency basis, and they did talk during the oral arguments about the fact that they're on a short timeline here, and they need, because I think the quote unquote mandate was supposed to start being enforced or officially on Monday. They're kind of overdue with the decision. So most of the legal pundits out there are saying it'll come down this week. And I remembering the decisions in the Fifth and the Sixth Circuit, there's been a lot of them that have been dropped at 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon. I think that's what's going to happen this week. So we only have a couple days to wait. And again, remember, we talked about this, it's only a decision on the stay. So regardless of what they actually decide, it's going to be somewhat kicking the can down the road. What I'm looking for is what kind of language they use in their decision. Hopefully, the more discursive and the more it is, and the more explanation they give, the more insight I think we'll have into how it's looking in terms of deciding the issue on the merits, which is what we really want, which we won't get this week, but which is coming. I hope that answered the question.
Hey,
No, the Supreme Court has not got their numbers right, in my opinion.
Oh no, that hearing was, in terms of the science, was one of the biggest misinformation drops I've seen in a long time. And you've seen in the reports and the recaps, they're getting roasted for it. But it was pretty horrifying.
Yeah.
Kim Young is also jealous of my voice. I don't know. I never really thought about. I told Travis maybe I would do like a whole channel and do I don't know, rabbit hole bedtime stories. Get everybody calmed down after they listen to these channels where everybody's screaming and yelling. I could have a nice, you could come for 15 minutes, everybody calm down and go to sleep. So we could do it all over again next month.
I actually have asked Kathy H to dig up the deepest rabbit hole that she thinks is crazy and do a whole show on it.
Now that's a challenge. Find the most insanely, out there. That'd be fun. You would definitely get. I'd like you to get 1 million views on that. That'd be fun.
And another thing that I'm going to try to do maybe Saturday is I'm going to try to get my buddy Brandon to dig up the files off of the the CIA website about them talking about landing on Mars and all the stuff that's going on. I don't know. It'll be interesting, but every bit of it's going to come from the CIA's website. We're not going to deviate from the website. So a lot of this stuff is redacted, but it's going to be a fun show. I think. Who did we lose?
Oh,
Don R? No.
you lost me for a
All right.
second. I'm having trouble
Amy.
with my headphones.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's it. Well, if it's CIA documents, it's probably going to be pretty dry reading, I would imagine.
Yeah, remember I talked to you about that the other day, and it is ridiculously dry reading, and I have a hard time with it. But he's fascinated by it, and he knows which files he wants to talk about and all that stuff.
Somebody in
Hey,
private chat.
OD1.
Yeah,
OD1,
Don,
did
you're
you
telling
get?
her right there.
You guys think I should do voiceover work? Somebody thinks I should. Somebody.
Yes.
You don't need.
That'd be a great job. Well, I'm looking for a new job, so maybe I'll apply.
I'll put some seasoning in it.
We're getting some food back there.
I think that's Don.
No, it's Amos. I got you. Wave your finger when you get it.
Hey, OD1, I've been trying to pass
we
you
can
some
still hear you.
information here for the last like 10 minutes.
Oh,
Did you get that
Okay,
link that I shared to
Yeah.
Travis yet?
Hang on a second. Hang on a second, Rach.
from the LA Times?
We're
Yeah.
still getting yes from the LA
Oh,
Times.
yeah. I did,
We're still getting some background music from you. Sermon file. There you go.
Really?
We're better. There we go. You got it.
oh, that's interesting.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I sometimes forget to mute the YouTube, and then I catch it, you know. We're on a delay.
All right. Go ahead. All right. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I just wanted to know if OD1 got a chance to review that article because it's very pertinent what's going on right now in the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I'm looking. Well, I was just talking to a friend of mine. Her son is he's in the Air Force, new recruit. And we've been talking about the jab in other contexts, and she said her son had gotten it, and but it was funny because her attitude was, well, they, you're in the military. My father was in the military, and he would describe how they would they just line them up and give them whatever shots, and they didn't have much choice about it. And I didn't know that the article you sent has to do with anthrax shots, and this is from what, 2003?
Correct, but the precedent has already been set in regarding experimental type drugs scenarios. So even though that article, it was basically what their decision on the seed will be. It will be a temporary stay, from my understanding. But from a legal aspect, I really wanted you to look at it because it set a precedent already going on 8 years ago.
And it was Judge Emmett Sullivan.
Correct.
Who made the ruling, which is interesting.
Right, federal judge Emmett Sullivan. Correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
So just take out the anthrax word and replace it with the C word.
So those of you who are, listening, so the link that he sent, and I'll see if I can copy it and put it in the chat. Now this is really multitasking, but it has to do with the anthrax shots. And in 2003, a federal judge ruled, here we go, District Court Judge Emmett Sullivan ruled that the mandatory inoculations administered to hundreds of thousands of troops since 1998 were violating a law passed that same year prohibiting the use of experimental drugs on troops. So, RH, like you said, you just substitute the new one in there, and I think we know how the ruling's going to go.
And that's
You know,
actually that part of the article was kind of like disinformation because this goes all the way back to 91 before we were to be deployed to Desert Shield, Desert Storm. We were required to get that injection. Now, I was on standby. Our unit was first tasked to be the primary unit to be deployed, but they put us on standby and they sent our sister, we call them sister units back then, but they sent our sister unit, and every single one of them had to take the jab before they went. And over 600,000 of the troops were required to get the jab before that ruling. So it was before 98. So, and also there was a study done which they say the certain jab, the experimental jab, was associated with the Gulf War syndrome. And a lot of people don't understand that. They like to kind of distract our attention away from what actually caused the Gulf War syndrome, and try to say, well, there was weapons of mass destruction and there was burn pits and all that stuff. Yeah, there was, but this definitely didn't. It helped contribute to the overall problem of over 100,000 troops, at least that we know of. So it's very
You
important.
read my mind because that was what was going to be my question, and obviously the timeline syncs up. It seems.
Right. The
Yeah.
timeline written in the article. Now I guess you're reading the actual, what is it, the court?
No, I'm reading the link you sent, the LA Times article.
Okay. I don't know if you can bring up the actual court, what do you call it, the plaintiff?
Or the pleadings. Yeah.
Right. So it goes into a lot more detail on that, but like I said, and you said too, just replace the A word with the C word.
Right.
And think of terms today. Now, if you look at it in those terms, the precedent was already set. What does it say later on in the article? Now, remember, this is Obama judge, federal judge Emmett Sullivan, that made the ruling. So you can't sit there and play this politics stuff back and forth. Well, that's the left, that's the right. And this came from Sullivan himself, whether you like him or not. Particularly,
Right.
I don't
Well, I
really
mean,
care for the guy.
Well, it's good news because it's gonna be deja vu all over again over the current shot. And if he's making a ruling like this, it certainly bodes well for how this will be decided on the merits this time around. And obviously there's a
Right.
precedent now. So regardless of what district court, the route it takes to come up, through what district, they're going to be referring to that decision.
Right. And if you read further on down in the article, what does Sullivan actually say? He says it's basically unconstitutional or unlawful to force individuals to take experimental jabs without giving them informed consent. Now, in the legal terms, explain to everyone exactly what informed consent means.
Well, I haven't done my homework to prepare for this conversation, but it would certainly mean that you're given, all the information about a potential adverse. Well, I don't want to trigger anything. I don't want to get. I don't want to.
Okay, I can
Side
say it
effects.
then. I'll say it in a way that you don't have to, because I understand your position.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm trying to save Travis from a lot of administrative work, trying to get his channel back up. But
Oh, well, this won't be using a trigger word or nothing.
Yeah.
Basically, you're not supposed to, no one, whether it's OSHA or whatever, is supposed to force or mandate anything like that without providing informed consent. Now, informed consent means they provide you everything that's in there, what the harmful effects may be, which includes what? Death. Okay.
Mhm.
And you still have the option whether you agree to take it or not.
Well, that's where consent comes in, and it's got to be free of coercion, like anything coercive. That's going to negate consent. That would be my argument if I were taking it to court. Did I lose him?
No, you're here. I'm sitting over here chatting in private chat.
Yeah, the only problem I have with court is the long and drawn out to make a decision.
It's a
There you go.
I agree with you, and it is frustrating. That's why they have, in certain situations, they can expedite cases, but yes, the process is generally drawn out. I'm not a big defender of attorneys or the legal system. That's not why I'm here, but I will say that sometimes, just to kind of play devil's advocate,
I agree.
if you want a correct decision, it does take some time, because you want to get all the evidence. So depending on the type of case, depending on the type of legal situation you're dealing with, sometimes time is on your side because things come to light. You're going to be investigating things. The discovery process brings a lot of things to light. So there's advantages and disadvantages, but in general, yes, it's frustrating. And certainly on something like the situation we're facing now, I've said it before. I think the last time we talked about this on the panel, we need clarity, because we need to move on. We're at really an impasse. So, and did I address your point? I didn't mean to cut you off.
It wasn't. No, I was actually going to interject it, but if it's okay.
Oh, sorry, Lori. See, I just blocked you on accident. The thing jumped. I'll be right back, guys.
One thing I've noticed too is, and you've all kind of picked up on it, Travis. You kind of alluded to it earlier. We are seeing a change of narrative, right, regarding the kufi.
Yes.
I don't like this. It's like we're children. We have to make up code words, but I mean, whatever. We'll play the game. You're seeing it right now. Even my governor, they're saying, well, you don't have to worry. Like, they're changing things about quarantine, about transmissibility, about, the effectiveness of the shot, things that people like me have been saying for a year. I mean, if you were kind of awake to things, you were saying these things a year ago. Now, all of a sudden, what we were saying that was crazy and you just wanted people to die, all of a sudden, that's like the new science. And I think part of the narrative change is because they know that the court cases are not going to go their way. So they're backpedaling to try to limit the egg on their face because they're not going to get their way in court, it seems to me. I think the decision on the mandate, my prediction is going to be 5-4. But I'm an optimist, I guess.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like you were just talking, but the other side of the coin of that is, yeah, it's longer and you may get an advantage eventually. But the other side of the coin is like what happened. My brother sued me, stretched it out for 13 years, and sucked me dry so they could go in for the kill.
Well, and that's, so we talk about the system being rigged, but it's also for people who have the means to fight these fights. A lot of people, you talk about access to the courts. Well, a lot of it is, do you have enough money to stand up for your right in court? If you can't afford lawyers, if you can't afford 13 years of litigation, you suffer. So yeah, I totally agree with that. It's so I'm not, like I said, it's not.
I'm not crying or anything. I'm just saying there's always another side of the coin.
Yeah, 100%. And like I said, I tend to be like more on your side of the matter than the other, but I see both, you know.
Yeah, well, I think a little reform would be in order, and
Well, that's the thing. And you know, I know there's a lot of difference of opinion about how to go about things. Look, we can all kind of stipulate, right, that the courts are corrupted. We're fighting this issue very much in my state, and there are a couple of people who are taking on this issue head on, and they happen to be running for office, which is encouraging. And you
it is. There are parts that are encouraging, I gotta
and
say.
you know, and so to some extent, in I think we talked about this before, Travis. You know, um, there are different ways to go about reforming it, but one way is to reform it from within. So if you get people who know the system, they know best the things that need to be fixed. And you know, it's one way of
Right.
doing it. Not everyone agrees with me on that, but um, you know, that's
Any
why
idea's
again
good
it
at
goes
this
back to that
point.
issue of getting good people, you know, elected, good people in office, good
Yeah,
people in your AG's office to clean these things up. Our AG in my state, I mean, we might as well be living in China, so we have much more work to do.
yeah. There's a
Yeah,
lot of states like that. You might as well be living in China.
yeah.
So it's not like if it's gonna happen, it's already happening. And people are still to this day not seeing it.
Well, I mean, in my state, you can't even get anything into court. The courts are pretty much closed. I was talking to an attorney a couple weeks ago, and he was saying, I think there have only been 5 jury trials in our state since 2020.
That's pathetic.
Uh, it's criminal, really.
It
You
is.
talk about
Whatever
not being
happened
able
to
to have access to courts. I mean, don't we have a constitutional right, redress of grievances? How are you going to get that when the court's shut or they're
yeah,
having Zoom meetings?
whatever happened to speedy justice and all that? You know, a man's deserving an answer. He's gonna keep him hanging.
I know someone who filed um, they're a pro se litigant, so which means they're representing themselves, but they filed, um, I think it was in 2015. They just got a reply this week, case dismissed.
Yeah, like I told you,
2015. Yeah.
they
Oh,
tied
yes,
me
you
up
may
for
speak,
13
Travis.
years.
Yeah.
13 years they tied me up.
And that's I was going to say that's exactly the kind of situation you just described for yourself. You know, I mean,
That's
13
a long
years.
time
Yeah, who can well, you know, and who can
to
you
continue
can't live your
something.
life because you're in limbo for 13 years because you got this thing hanging over you. You know,
And
whatever it is.
yeah, and anytime the judge would come up and continue it. Well,
Right.
no, I stood up one day and said, no, I'm sick of continuing it. And I think that's why I lost the case.
Right.
Well, like I say, it's my own brother. He's a multi gazillionaire. You know, he likes smushing bugs, I guess.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people like that. But
Right.
family is great sometimes, but that's
Yeah,
all I'll
family,
say.
yeah, not mine.
Travis, you
Hey,
Yeah.
may speak. Before you light up that cigarette, you may speak
Yeah.
because you had your hand up. And since you've made me in charge of this panel, it's your
Yes, ma'am.
turn. Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all letting me talk on my own channel. One of the things that I wanted to talk about, Joy, the CDC doesn't report that any of that stuff has been approved. All of the information, and I'm still going through it, and I'm going back through it, and I'm going back through it, and I'm going back through it, says that it had. They're saying that the left side says it has been. Is it or is it not approved
I
other than
went back
emergency use?
I went back and forth with someone for an hour about this just this week. And you know, so my understanding was that when they approved it, I think it was in July. It was this year sometime. You know, when there was big announcement, they approved the Pfizer one. Oh, I don't want to say the P one. Okay. Um, My understanding at the time was that it was basically just an extension of the emergency use authorization. Okay, that was how I understood it. And this person
That was one
argued with
part.
me.
Truth.
They argued
That was
with me
one
for an
part.
hour about that. So it's like I said, I said, all right, let's drop it. I'll go do some homework, and I haven't done any more homework because I'm still coming up with the answer that I had. So, um, uh, if anybody in the chat or on the panel has more information, what I said is what my understanding of it was. Yeah.
Yeah, it was an emergency use authorization. It kept getting continued. So, but it's not a vaccine. They can't uh, designate it as a vaccine because it's not a vaccine.
Well, if it
So,
is, it's not a very good one. You know,
well,
I had
it's
my
MNR.
polio and all those, and I haven't gotten polio or smallpox.
From what I
But
understand,
yeah, yeah.
they skipped a step, and now it's mRNA, whatever that is. You know, I'm not a DNA expert.
Well, I do have, so I do know two molecular biophysicists who make drugs, and if I could probably twist one of them their arm to give us a little explanation of what an mRNA vaccine is.
Right,
If Travis wants
right.
to have an expert on the show sometime,
That'd be
I
pertinent
could
for
arrange it.
sure.
Oh, that would be an awesome. That would be
I mean,
awesome.
it'd be great to hear it from an actual scientist who makes
Yeah, I
these things,
mean,
to
I've
I want
done
to
explain.
see YouTube.
thousands.
Hey, I want to see YouTube take me down for listening to his theories on this because that would be awesome. I'll record every second of it.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
I've built
we'll
houses. I
we'll
don't
just file
know.
a lawsuit together. We'll do a pro se
Like a
lawsuit
test
for
tube.
taking us down. I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off. I'm sorry.
That's
It's
right.
okay.
I'm sorry.
No, you were fine. It's just a delay. It's so much sometimes. It's weird.
I know.
I'll be good.
When I did my podcast, I would do like a 5 second like pause before I spoke because so that it to like make up for the
Yeah,
delay. I got to do
yeah.
that
It's
on here.
tough. It's tough when. See, I love to talk, so that's what makes it so tough for me.
Oh, I hate to talk. I'm real quiet and shy and demure. I never have anything to say. You can ask Travis. I don't have any opinions on anything.
She's a very quiet, pleasant person. I will vouch for her.
Hey, I
She
have something to add to that link that I shared, if I may, real quick.
Yes.
Uh,
okay.
okay, but it's not directly tied to the link. I'm not going to use the full trigger word, whatever words. But this is just information, right? 99% of all military personnel in the Ramstein Kaiserslautern area has been mandated to take a certain stick. They've all received it. And in that area, the majority of people that have come down with the Achu has been the American personnel and their families that were required to take that mandatory stick. So I got this information yesterday, and I'm very close connection with the individuals that work still in Ramstein Air Force Base, and they're going through some really rough times right now. The people that have taken that mandatory stick.
Can I ask
Yep.
you a question? All right. Can I ask you a
Go.
question?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. How many of those are sick or actually dying?
All right. Did you hear him?
Do you hear me? I thought he
Yes, I
heard
did.
me.
Yeah. Yes, I did. There's a lot of them that are sick. Uh, how bad they are sick, I don't know. But the majority of people that they claim are actually sick or hospitalized with the Achu they are the personnel that were stuck. So,
Well, I mean, goes
I don't
without
know.
saying. I mean, there should be
Okay,
some
if you
data.
want, if you like actual numbers, I referred everyone. I don't think you were here when I referred everyone to go to, what is his name? PaulCraigRoberts.org channel, and he's got all the information you would want about the percentage numbers of individuals living in the U.S.
Yeah, I'm just always curious because they're always coming out with, oh, all these people are sick, all these people are sick, hospitals are full, but you can never find out actually how many are actually dying. And even if it's from what they're saying it is.
Well, I'd
You know
love
what I'm
to have
saying?
the
You know what I
breakdown
mean?
of I would love to have the breakdown of those numbers myself, but you saw in the hearing today, I didn't watch the whole hearing, I saw some of them. Um, I can't remember what senator it was, but they confronted the head of the um, I don't know if it was the NIH or the CDC. I think it was the CDC, and they basically said your numbers are screwed up. They're not. The numbers are not correct, and they didn't deny it. They said, "Oh yeah, well we need to fix that or whatever." So if we can't get correct numbers from the CDC, how are we going to get it from our state? We're certainly my governor is never going to give a breakdown of who's sick and had the jab. Good luck getting the right statistics there.
That's what I mean.
And
This is what frustrates me.
well, and that brings me to another question because the is it the VARs? What do they call the numbers where they report all these things that are going on? One of the
Well,
things that bothers me most is okay, Republicans have done it. The Republicans did it. They gave these pharmaceutical companies the power to not be sued by giving this kind of bullshit. And as long as the numbers are correct, they can't be sued. Their numbers aren't correct. Where are the lawsuits? Where are the ambulance chasers? I want to know where they're at.
They're coming.
I hope so.
They're coming.
yeah, come on.
They're coming.
You see, this is
Because part of
why.
and especially with an injury, that kind of lawsuit, even if let's say that I had something put in my arm and I had some kind of injury, okay? Like I have high blood pressure, so I worry about getting a blood clot or having a stroke or whatever. And I went down to see Saul Goodman down the street and said, "Look, you guys know who Saul Goodman is? You guys didn't watch Breaking Bad? No.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And I go down to see Saul Goodman. I'm like, look, I want you to file a lawsuit against Anthony Fauci, right? Because I had a stroke or something. Part of the issue with the the injury lawsuits is they'll say, well, we got to again, and this goes back to Discernment Files comment earlier about why things take so long. They'll say, well, we can't sue until we know the full extent of your injuries, right? So we're going to wait, we'll get the ball rolling, but, we're going to see, like, did you, maybe you had a blood clot, but maybe you're going to have something else or whatever. So, Travis, those lawsuits are coming. It's just that it's too soon. But they will be. There's going to be. I think that we talk about the big pharma making a lot of money off this COVID situation. The lawyers are going to. They're the next wave. They're the cleanup act as far as making money on this.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. Well, I'm just gonna
my
say, yeah,
opinion.
that's
This is
great
all
to
my
sue.
opinion.
It's great to sue, but what in the next 8 years, we could all be 6 feet under.
Yeah, I don't, I don't, I'd rather work. I'd rather reopen my business and get back to life than be making money by suing people. I value, um, and nobody wants to sue because they got injured. Nobody wants that. I want to be whole. I want to be
Me
healthy
too.
and well and live my life. you know?
Believe
Yeah.
me, I do too. But
Yeah.
when you see the same thing happening over and over, that's what frustrates me the most.
Yeah, everybody's frustrated, and I think that's why I said, it's a good thing that Supreme Court took the mandate thing, on an expedited basis because the country needs to move on. They're tired and they need clarity. And, I know so many people who are just, on the edge of their seat. I mean, they don't know what's going to happen with their job. They don't know. And how can an economy or anything recover? How can we have anything if we're in this limbo about this darn mandate?
Well,
And I
it
use the term
reminds,
loosely.
yeah, it reminds me of when I cut out this cereal box when I was 8 years old, and I sent in $1 to get a prize. Well, I still haven't got the prize. They gypped me.
Yeah.
Cracker
Yeah.
Jack's box. He lied to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
did y'all catch on the news today? We were talking about somebody was talking, brought up Gina Haspel yesterday. Did y'all see that she joined Rosenstein's, uh, Rod Rosenstein's law firm,
Huh?
working with Sally Yates?
Yeah, what didn't everybody
Huh?
say that she was shot last
Right.
year
I
or
thought,
2
yeah, I
years ago
thought
or
she
whatever?
was
Yeah.
6 feet under and was shot 50
Mhm.
times or whatever.
Yeah. I thought Gina Haskell was in Dust to Dust, Dawn to
Wasn't she
Dawn.
wasn't she supposedly shot in Germany or something like that?
Yeah, when they were retrieving the server,
Yeah.
trying to hide the server or destroy the
Yeah,
server or whatever.
the one that Sidney Powell admitted that it was just a rumor and she respread the rumor.
Travis, you know how to really bump your numbers up? We could have a game. We could have it
Okay.
could be like where it's like, guess which one is the fake story? Is the one where she got the fake story, or is the one where she's joining Rod Rosenstein's law firm the fake story? We do prizes and everything. That'd be fun.
I missed that, Lori C. I didn't see that yesterday.
Oh, Breaking Bad was one of my favorite shows. They're talking about that in chat.
Oh
Sorry.
yeah.
Um,
Saul
Oh,
Goodman. Saul
hey,
Goodman is the
hey,
greatest character ever.
oh, I love Saul. But I'm telling you, if I trim my beard just right, my friends tell me that I look like Eisenberg.
Oh yeah, you do look like, yeah, well you're like the second version of Walter White, when he shaved his head. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
oh,
I
there was
knew that,
another
I
thing I
knew you
wanted to
looked
bring up.
familiar.
Okay. There's another thing I wanted to bring up. I can share you the audio on this, Travis, but the CDC left me a nice little message. They wanted me to participate in a survey, whether or not, and they called from another number and referred me to another number to call to conduct the survey of whether or not I have the stick or I want the stick or whatever. But now, correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't they one of the entities or whatever that are not required to take the stick?
Yes, I believe
Yeah,
so.
there's a number of yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know that they're exempted. It's just that their organization is not requiring it. So, remember the CDC is like quasi-governmental organization. So they probably fit under some loophole, like they're not technically federal employees. That's what I'm guessing.
Okay, do they have more than 100 employees?
Uh,
Aren't
yeah.
aren't we the taxpayers paying for our government, the government salaries like our congressmen and women? Aren't they exempt from the jabberdoos too?
Yeah, I think they're exempt. Well, it's kind of, what this reminds me of? It reminds me of Obamacare. We had this discussion way back then, right? They had this huge piece of legislation that was going to, affect, all of us in many ways, and yet congressmen and women were exempted. They carved out all these exemptions. So it's the same exact pattern in my book. The Postal Service, postal workers are exempted. And they talked about that last Friday on the during the oral arguments. It came up.
Right.
Right. So, when we talk about, there's been a lot of talk in the past couple years since the virus was an issue about, the elites. Okay. And we've kind of been very focused on, how the rules for thee, but not rules for thee, but not for me. It's been going on a long time. And again, in terms of legislation, Obamacare was a perfect example of that. We forget. It's been a while, but it's all coming. It all kind of comes back, we start thinking about it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous in my opinion. I think one of the quickest ways to stop this tyranny is to demand, okay, well, I'm not gonna receive the stick no matter what they do. They can shout or hold their breath till they're blue in the face. I could care less what the hell they do, but try to force them to take their own medicine, take their own poisonous darts, and let's see how quick this keeps on going the way it is.
Well, it does make you, if let's put it this way. Let's say everything is perfectly safe. Let's say that this is a wonder drug and it's going to fix everybody and no one's going to even get a sniffle anymore. Even if all that's true, they've done a horrible marketing job on it. So we're supposed to do this to keep safe because we have a very serious public health crisis, but you have nurses who are willing to quit or be fired because they don't want to take it. To me, if a nurse is saying, I don't want this thing, I'm thinking maybe I don't want it either. You know what I'm saying? So it's not really great.
30%. 30% in West Virginia, Joy.
Yeah,
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
yeah.
30% of every facility in Clarksburg, West Virginia, stands to lose their people. The friend that I was talking about today got blood clots 3 hours after the second. I'm not sure which one she took, and they made her get the other one today or wear an N95 mask, and she took it. And she said, I'm terrified to death that it's going to kill me.
So you have vets, and these are healthcare workers who presumably, when I'm sick, and I had COVID in April 2020 at the very beginning when there was a death ticker on the news every day. I didn't see a living soul for 10 weeks. Okay, that's how sick I was. And, so if a healthcare worker is telling me they're afraid of this thing, I'm going to listen, right? But if you zoom out even more, what do they tell the public? Hey, go get it. Get that shot in the arm, and you're going to get to go back to normal. You're going to be able to do all the things you wanted to do. And what did they do immediately? They backpedaled and said, well, we know you got it. So good for you. You're going to be protected, but hey, you still got to wear your mask. You still got to do this. You still got to do that. I don't know. That's horrible marketing in my point. If you want to incentivize people to take something, there doesn't really seem to be much of an incentive to me.
Yeah, it's the gray area. OD1, it's the gray area.
Yeah, and another thing is, I consider even a constitutional sheriff that said, you shouldn't have to be forced to get it. You shouldn't be forced to get it. You got your free will. It's your, right. It's your, be something between you and sort of like between you and your physician or whatever, doctor.
Yeah, you just want to be careful and not stoop to the enemy's level because that's where they want you.
Yeah, well, I'm referring to what the sheriff is saying, and what what I was trying to get to is that he said, listen to your politicians. Now, I don't know about y'all, but there ain't no damn politician out there going to tell me or persuade me one way or the other if I should get something put in my body that I don't even know what the hell it is, which I won't get anyways because I've got enough information behind it that they ain't coming anywhere near me with that crap, you know? And if you think about his statement and you go look, just do a simple, like 30-second Google search, policy lockstep. Now read the policy lockstep of the overseers in the U.S. and U.S. State Department that were overseeing the policy lockstep, which, by the way, the primary goal of policy and Operation Lockstep was to reduce the world's population. If you go in and you read that policy from the U.S. State Department, it says, and I quote, health, politics is health and health is politics. Now think about that for a while.
Yeah,
And
well, you know,
Well, we were talking earlier about in the chat before I came up on panel about, you know, use of the words like emergency and domestic terrorist, that kind of thing. Look at the language that they've used to try to convince people to get this jab, right? We have a grave public health emergency. You know, the catastrophizing kind of language. So when someone tells me to trust my governor or trust my public health person, when they're using language that me as a thinking person can see that how they're using certain words and, you know, with certain associations to kind of socially engineer a situation, you know, I stop listening. Because I know
Right.
propaganda when I hear it. And it actually, you know, the whole idea of what constitutes an emergency, do we have a grave public health emergency? That came up as well during the the SCOTUS hearing, and it was Amy Coney Barrett and it was Justice Thomas who raised these issues. They said, well, you know, what constitutes an emergency? When is the emergency going to be over? Those are really important questions. There's questions that we didn't ask during when the Patriot Act was instituted, but we're asking now, and now we really it's of the utmost importance that we address that.
yeah, but what was I was going to say is when Trump was president, what was the war cry of the Dems over abortion? My body, my choice, right?
Right. Well, it's out the window
Now,
now.
yeah, now we say my body, my choice, and now we're the enemy.
Right. Right. Right.
I mean, we are
Well, I
the
mean, it's
enemy. You can see it. They're saying it right out in the open. Vaxxers are the enemy. We're the cause of all this.
well, it's that liberal privilege issue as well, you know, because you know, what side of the aisle really has taken up the "my body, my choice" mantra? Well, the left, okay, and you know, people who are um, very much invested in abortion rights, right? But it's a double
Well,
standard, right? But
that's a
when we
conversation.
use that phrase, we're not allowed to use that phrase. That's liberal
Let's
privilege.
let's dig into that for a minute. That let's because I can answer a whole bunch of questions really fast. First of all, why is the government involved in any single moral issue ever?
Got
They
me.
shouldn't be. They shouldn't be. Uh, I do not agree with abortion. I have skin in the game. I'd love to tell my story, but my ex will think I'm hating, and I'm not. I talked my daughter out of it because I know what the consequences can be. They are. I know what they are. I'm not going to try to be careful about it. I'll get beat up for this tomorrow. It's none of their business.
Do you want me to
but
mute
it's
you
not-
so you don't say anything bad?
What's
Do
that?
you want me to mute you so you don't say anything, so you don't say too much? I'm teasing.
No, you can go ahead and let me run. You
He's
mute me
not
if you think I'm getting out of hand one day. You can mute me.
No.
But it's a moral issue. What you believe is what you believe. Period. But it's not my business to pay for somebody else's problem. It's not somebody else's business for me to make a decision. And if I make that decision, I should be physically responsible for it. Period. The end. Game over. The government needs to get out of moral issues. It's none of their business.
Man, remember we were talking about this the other night, Travis. Everybody else's business. Well, my business is my business, not your business. And any other
That's right.
business between me and God, and that's it. Bottom line,
If you
period.
make
End of story.
exactly, if you make a decision, it's none of my business. And it's, as long as nobody else is supporting the financial burden of those decisions, F them. Period.
Well, and
Charity's one thing, but
this
Right,
is the
exactly,
result.
Travis. Exactly. What I was going to say real quick, and I'll mute my mic again. Shut up. They One of the symptoms in that article they referred to, far as the A's, we're talking anthrax now, was sterilization. Now, remember when we're talking about what happens when you stand in front of a high powered radar? The effects come immediately. So, anyways, what I was going to say is that is one of the actually injuries that are being discussed with the C's, is it not?
Yes.
Okay, so let's take this back and break it down in the layman's terms. The policy lockstep, what was their overall goal? Again, reduce the world's population by enforcing what? One child per family in the southern hemisphere. Okay, actually, we're North America, the southern part of like South America. I guess that would include Central America. So one child per family. Okay, so how do we think that they're going to accomplish that goal? So they actually say that that's one of the injuries coming out, and it can be proven. Okay, so let's think of it in those terms, because nothing else makes sense. And am I wrong or am I right? Those PCRs, they cannot distinguish between the C or the seasonal IQ, correct?
So the PCR originally was developed to do DNA sequencing. I worked for scientists back in 1994 who were working on the Human Genome Project. Okay, where they wanted to have this database, right, of all human DNA and all the sequences, and the PCR test was developed for that. It was not developed to isolate a V. Okay. So the fact that the FDA, as of December 31st, I'm sure you guys know, you're aware of this, but the FDA revoked authorization for use of the PCR test to diagnose this virus, right? Because it was too many false positives, and it really wasn't designed to to do what it was being used for, and it had only been used because they didn't have a test, they didn't have any diagnostic. So yeah, that's correct. And so the case demic that we've been dealing with for 2 years was based on a, my opinion, faulty test.
Ooh,
So where does that
ooh.
leave us? So where does that leave us, right? And when I was explaining this to my mother today, when she's 80 years old, she had COVID, she recovered, and she's, you
Bless
know,
your mama.
she's a news junkie, right? But she's always calling me. She's like, I wish you could come to breakfast with my friends from church and explain this stuff to me because, we need you to. She'll put me on speakerphone, and I'm, explaining this to all of her friends, but um, uh, when I told her that and when I explained it that way, she said, "Wait a minute. Now, she's not a scientist. She's an 80-year-old lady, nice church lady, goes to church every day." And when I explained it to her in those terms about the test, she's like, "Are you saying what I think you're saying?" And I'm like, "Yep." She's like, "So what did we go through all this for?" That
Well, it kind of gets
realization is
easier than
dawning on
that.
people.
What person in your right mind allows another person to stick a stick up your nose and jam it into your brain cavity? That's kind of silly. Nobody. If you have any kind of brains, you're not testing, you're not sticking nothing up my nose. I don't care. Sorry, not happening.
So the whole purpose was fraudulent. The whole purpose was to start up a DNA database, in my opinion. Correct?
No,
I
Well,
to
think I
stick up
think
your nose was to break the blood barrier, the brain blood barrier. And this
okay.
usually the PCR test had a thing called the EO on it that would test you positive. Gee,
Okay.
there's nothing about this disease, jab, or any of it that has any sense. It has no science, has nothing. It's all BS. So
Travis,
Well,
Travis,
Just like the V, has 46 pathogens. It has human fetuses, the GO, and HIV, and a bunch of other stuff in there. So, wow, I'm going to take that. It's the greatest thing since sliced bread. You're a little Looney Tunes that you think that.
Travis, your turn.
yes, please and thank you. Good Lord,
Sorry.
David. Well, it's right. You just don't watch the screen enough. You'll have to learn to watch the screen more when you start streaming yourself. Um, I've already lost my thought because you went too far. But it,
Oops.
this is all, it was planned. I don't think that it wasn't planned. I'm never going to believe that it wasn't planned. This was my third trip through their little illness. I'm still here. There's no reason. The actual the, if they correct their website, I think people are going to flip out.
Well, it's going to be a very rude awakening. Okay. Um, One of the hardest things to do is like to admit that you were misled. Okay. It's very, and so listen, I deal on a daily basis with family members and people I'm close to who are very wedded to the virus and the fear about this virus. Okay. I have my best friend, I haven't seen her in almost 2 years because I had COVID in April and she's still afraid that I'm going to give it to her. I had it in April 2020.
Wow.
This is my best friend.
Well,
Okay.
my
So,
mother, my mother's had 2 rounds of this. She got the original, she got the other one, and then she got two what they called pneumonia. My mother's 74. You know what? You know what medicine they sent her home with? None. Why? I actually have a friend that has a friend that's wife is in the hospital, has been on a ventilator for 20 some days now, and they will not give her anything but a ventilator. Well, you're not going to fix that by that. So I sent the thing about the Viagra to him last night, and he thought it was funny. He thought I was joking.
How do you work
Why
on
in the hell? I don't know. We're getting something
I
in the
think
background.
it's David, I think.
It's Dave. Hang on. It wasn't. I was just. I didn't. It was Amos. Amos over here.
Oh.
Granted, but why wouldn't you at least try it? Doesn't matter. The side effects are what of the other medication that I was talking about. They're mild.
Well, it goes. I want to go back to the RH's comment that started off this whole line of discussion. Like, what was the point of all this? Let's say you're right, Travis. Right? Let's say you're right, and this was planned. Okay? Which most people I
Absolutely.
talk to think that, and if they didn't before, they're kind of coming around to at least questioning it. Right? Well, the the NIH and pharma in this country have been working for a very long time on some kind of on a universal flu shot, basically, that's going to would be more comprehensive. I mean, they've been working on it, and one that would, I mean, I guess the holy grail would be something that addressed the common cold, but coronaviruses. I mean, colds are coronaviruses. Okay, they've been around, and there are a lot of them. And this is why we need to get a scientist on here to really talk about this. But so they've been working on this kind of jab for a long time. So this crisis really presented a perfect opportunity, and that's where they're leading. So now they're saying, well, we're going to come out with a test that can tell you whether you have the COOF, whether you have influenza A, influenza B, strep. Those tests are coming soon to CVS near you. So this is what they've been working toward, and they've spent 2 years putting the fear of God into people, whipping them up in a frenzy, to the point where they're lining up to get home tests that really aren't really don't change their situation much, won't get them into a hospital to visit their loved ones, but they've been conditioned now to be testing all the time and to be worried more about the flu and that sort of thing. So in that sense, mission accomplished. So at a certain point, now they don't really need this virus because they're going to make their money just through another venue. That's my opinion, but I see it coming. And when I talk about the change of news, that's where it's going. So it's like, no, everybody's tired, everybody's sick of this emergency and COVID. So we're going to kind of ease you into these other things. That's what I see happening.
All right.
Yep.
I agree. I had to mute you because we could hear the background of the news or whatever you're watching over there, Amos.
And there's another thing I want to bring up after you go, Travis. I see you raising your hand.
No, I was just saying that's all I was wanting to say.
Okay, if I may, real quick, this is the last thing I have on my mind right now, and it's important to me because we have a supposedly, how they patronize certain constituents or whatever, but I'm not patronizing them. Is our minority community. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't the minority community have one of the highest rates of high blood pressure in our country?
Yeah, well, high blood pressure and obesity and diabetes. Yep.
So,
I think
Oh,
Kathy
no.
has a really, really good comment in there. If they wanted to get us, wouldn't they get us through our drinking water? They have regulated us to an unhealthy, I don't know how to word that. Okay, so I have to give you some background so you'll understand what I'm talking about. I worked in a feed yard for 10 years, and they have honey ponds, and honey ponds catch all the shit. All the water runs off into a honey pond, is pumped. I knew you was gonna laugh, but it's a real deal. they have to pump it off into a sprinkler system, which goes around on a circle. Anybody that farms knows what a circle is. Well, the first year I was there, I made assistant supervisor, and now we had to chlorinate our water. Now, which is worse for us, chlorination or coliform? Well, I don't know. Coliform never did anything to me because I drank the water the whole time I was there and never got sick. So they're regulating the water to a point that it's unhealthy. All the stuff they put in our water is not good for us, or is it? I don't know. I'm not giving any. I'm not giving any
Medical advice.
medical advice here. All I'm trying to do is say that there are so many things. And I actually worked with this guy for a long time. Worked for him for 10 years. Worked with him for 10 years. And he told me, he said, what you're putting in the water is not better than what you're drinking out of the ground.
Well, the bottom line is you don't make money off of healthy people, right? So it
Agreed.
pays to create a problem and then have the solution, right? The Hegelian dialectic, Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, what?
Well, do I have to have philosophy class here?
No, I'm just playing with you.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, so I don't did we get too far away from your point, RH? You were talking about the minority community. I will say here the
hope so.
minority community has been the one community where I live, which that has pushed back against our governor and said we do not want these mandates. And I think we've seen it in New York City. It's because there's a history. Read your history books about what has been done to those communities in the name of public health and experimentation, Tuskegee, these things. So I think they're right to be very wary. My opinion.
Okay, what I was trying to refer to is when it comes to those sticks, one size doesn't fit all. Even if you are for them, hey, that's what it's better than sliced bread or whatever. I basically I have some people in my own family in my neighborhood that you can't say whatever the heck you want to say. You can stand on your head, show them all the evidence. First of all, they don't want to even look at it, most of them, but they're going to keep on doing what they've been doing and what they've been conditioned to do their entire lives, pretty much. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is that the sticks, one of the injuries that I've studied, is that it may produce thrombosis, blood clotting, that kind of thing. So
RH, you're exactly right. I think you're onto something there. The blood clotting is real, and people that have heart disease are the ones that are going to pay for this. I think this is my opinion and my opinion only. I think this thing was directed at the people that are on Social Security, and they're trying to get them off the payroll. Period. Why do you think that New York sent all their positive tested people into their nursing homes? How many people passed from that? A lot.
Well, and why do you think it happened in blue states, where the pension funds are bankrupt? We just had this is not news, but it's finally, the press here is finally covering it, that
right.
The COVID funds in my state are not going where they're supposed to go. And people are starting to say, hey, we were promised this, our town was promised that. Not that it's a good thing, but what's happening is they're finding that COVID money has been diverted and it's been used to bail out failing pension funds. Okay. So it is feasible what you're saying, right? Because if you need to save money, you know, same thing with the massive layoffs, right? Why not mandate a shot? A certain number of people are just going to ultimately say, no, I'm not doing it under any circumstances. They're going to quit. It's a good way to cut the federal payroll, isn't it? These are things you got to consider, right?
Right. Calling the herd.
Yeah,
No,
calling the
this
herd. I mean, and not just, general population, that isn't even rabbit hole so much as it's like, maybe somebody's looking at the books and what it's unsustainable, what they've been promised with these pensions. And if you look where the problem has intensified and where they really have held on to the COVID narrative, it's the blue states. And why? What incentive do they have? Well, um, follow the money, right? It always comes back to that. So I think the situation you're describing, Travis, fits into a larger picture of we got to cut the payroll any way we can, because
right,
things were overpromised and the money, let's face it, has not been managed properly in these blue states, and it's catching up with them.
right.
That's my
Well,
theory.
and can number 5 says that if you want to understand this one, Travis, you test the drinking water for total coliforms is an indicator for contamination. I do agree with that. If it tests positive, then you test for the bad stuff, fecal coliform E. coli. They did not care if we did that, period. All the first thing, I'll try to remember the guy's name. I'll remember it here in a little bit because I worked out there 10 years. And and he told me, he said the chlorine is worse for you than, okay. So we have to understand something else here. So I'm going to have to go on a rant here a little bit. In the Oklahoma Panhandle, water is 400 feet below the ground level, period. That's where you get good water. There's a couple of places that you can get less. Okay, so it's filtered back through the earth and it's as pure as it's going to be coming straight out of the pump, in my opinion. So, but if any coliform showed up in it, I mean, even the minute traces of it, they would say, nope, you got to Clorox that. So, and now you have other issues because if water, I know a lot about. Okay, if you have some high spots and your low spots, where does your chlorine go to the low spots? It's heavier than water. You're not going to get an even. It's never going to be even. Even if you pump it into a storage tank, which we did, and it goes out into the yard. They made us put a disclaimer on each and every water tank that the cows drink out of. How stupid is that?
Yeah. I mean, well, none of it makes sense.
Huh?
Cows can't read, I don't think.
No, but we had the most awesome tank washer in the world, and he read that disclaimer to them every day, and I'm not even joking. You think I'm kidding? I'm
That's
not.
like, I want a job
Louis,
like that. That'd be a
Louis
great job.
was the dude. I don't. It was no, he really was. I mean, he really did. I said, Lewis, you got to read this disclaimer every day.
I wonder if
He's
the
like,
cows
okay.
I wonder if the cows would think I had a nice voice. They probably would like me reading to them. They'd be like, bring that
Well,
lady back. She has such a nice, calm, soothing voice.
well, let me tell you this. I don't. Hogus cattle is all I'm going to say. Hogus cattle came from California. They were 8 weeks old, and we started on 3 ration. in a feed yard, you can't put them on that high of an energy, or you'll kill them. It'll bloat them and they'll die. Anyway, these little Hogus cattle come in there, and they're calves. They're 100-pound calves, and they're going to be there for a year. They bring those cows in there, and Lewis can walk into the pen, and they just swarm him. He pet them and love them and named them. It's really an awesome deal. Louis Sandoval's the guy's name. I'll actually get him on here one of these days. He's a good dude. But anyway, the first 10 of those that shipped, he went straight to the office and said, "You got to call the CEO of this company. I'm pissed," and they did.
Your federal tax dollars at work.
Well, this was corporate money,
Oh.
but they actually called, and the guy and Lewis got to explain his situation, and the CEO, his name was Dave Guyman, man, of I'll think of it here in a minute. Anyway, he almost said it. Anyway, the guy got on there with Lewis and had a conversation with him. He had a conversation with the CEO. I mean, he's pissed. He's been there a year. Those were his cows, and by God, he wanted them back. He was a special needs guy. Louis Sandoval was a good. He still is. He's a good.
Excuse me.
Sorry, I just went on a strange rant.
That's okay. I was actually thinking about, I know it's getting late and you have to work in the morning, but
No, I don't.
oh, you don't? I make
No.
my own hours, so I can sleep in and do whatever I want. I have a big day tomorrow.
Good. I hope it's productive and good.
Yeah,
for you.
real exciting.
OD1, before you leave, I wanted to ask you, if you haven't already, if you could review, it's still on YouTube from my understanding from Michael Bloomberg Center for Health and Security, Event 2 Globe 1. But actually it's referring to the year 2021, which we are in last year when this stuff started out. When Travis was referring to what Judy Mikovich was talking about when certain things are planned. But if you review Event 201 on YouTube highlights reel, Event 201 highlights reel, it's only like 16 minutes. It pretty much lays out every single thing that we're experiencing now, to include the call for these bureaucrats, these globalist bureaucrats, calling for our social media sites or whatever to become not tech platforms, but broadcasters. So this is where they really started attacking us with the censorship and all that stuff on our what's supposed to be just a social media platform where we're talking back and forth with, say, family that live in other states or are working in other countries, for example, and using the messenger app and all that stuff to be able to stay close with our family, like through video, telephone means, and that kind of thing. But if you review that now, the day of the exercise was October 18th, 2019. Now,
Yes.
the day before the exercise, I like to always bring up this article from CNN. Democrats need to sharpen their attacks on the Trump economy. So that article was published on October 17th, 2019. They posted a study on how to take down our economy. The very next day, they told us how they were going to do it and how they were going to censor us from what they called, these bureaucrats called, disinformation, which didn't align with their narrative. So those two articles pretty much, or that video and that one article pretty much tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, I am somewhat familiar with it. I have a few things to say about Travis. We could do a whole show. We could do like an entire show on Event 201 if you want to go down a rabbit hole. I don't think it's like the craziest rabbit hole out there, but we could talk about it. The timing
No.
is interesting, and you raised the fact that it happened, in October 2019, and if oh, sorry, my earphone. Um, if you and I can do our homework and look this up and familiarize ourselves with what was done during that exercise, I have this question like what of our elected officials knew about it? You know what I mean? Like they must have known about it too. Like people, influential people knew. What did Trump know? Now I'm not, I don't. Your chat's gonna go crazy if I even mention him. But was he aware of it? These are questions I have. Was he
Okay,
aware that this this
that's
this
yeah, that's a
major thing
very
was
good
going on?
right. That's a very good question, and it brings up this one point. You do know about Trump's EO about getting with whatever call it medical community, Surgeon General, and all that stuff to make the flu jabs more safe and effective.
Hmm.
Now, I believe his intentions were right, but I believe he was being fed, just like he was being fed false intel pretty much the entire time he was in office. He was being fed false information about uh, everything, pretty much, even COVID, where they were going with this. You know what I mean?
I
So,
definitely think there's a book to be written and research to be done on how that all played out and what he knew and maybe why he made certain decisions, with the knowledge of that. That would be we could co-author a great book on that because I think there's something there, my opinion.
I have something there. If you if if you'll go back to the Bush years, you'll go back to the Clinton years, you'll go back to all those years. Who are the advisors, and how do they play a role in all that we're getting today?
Well, there's a lot of
No, not
continuity. Like they go
sexually.
from administration to administration to administration. So, I mean, Fauci's a perfect example of that. Um, right. So, yeah.
That would be an awesome show. I don't know whether David jumped out because he's now there's David. Um, but we've had advisors. We've had it. Okay, Henry Kissinger. I'm sorry, he was one of the most politically powerful people in the world. I don't care whether anybody believes that or not. He was in every administration and in the media. Am I correct or am I wrong?
Who?
yes.
Henry
Oh,
Kissinger.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was.
Yeah.
There's also his hand, Madeleine Albright.
Right.
And if you really want to go to today's who's running the Biden administration, the name would surprise you. Anthony Blinken. And everybody else, because Blinken was in charge of West Exec, which went 2 blocks down from the White House when Obama left, built a skiff and all that other happy crap. And who is on
There we go.
Soros's payroll for the most amount of money? Anthony Blinken.
And they all get recycled through different positions. Then they go to a think tank. Then they come back in some other form or some other position. It's the same cast of characters. Just every administration kind of shuffles the deck, and
Yeah,
these names pop up again.
but
Here.
I guess my point was, I guess maybe my point was kind of missed. We've dealt with the same advisors to the executive branch for too long. I understand it. I do understand it because those people have connections. I don't know whether anybody's watched Charlie Wilson's War. That's how politics works. It's low and slow. Well, now they've already swarmed it, and now we're fast tracking to the point that they want us under communism. So let's go back to Nasara Jasara. Both sides of it want communism. Stop. It's not reasonable. There's no reasonable concept in any of it. I did 6 months worth of research. Will Bird gets he actually sent me information. The Cold Beer Confessional, Cold Beer Condemned. I looked at his side. I looked at everybody's side. It's all communism, and the whole political world is squishing us, and I'm fucking done with it.
Yeah, well, and they certainly made their, a coordinated move. I mean, COVID was kind of the moment they seized on. You, you know, whether you think it was a bioweapon, whatever you think, but that was the opportunity, right? And these things all converged, and it certainly doesn't help. I agree with you on the,
So,
communism.
Joey, do you look good in green?
Do I?
Do you look good in green?
Me?
I mean, you get a fancy pair of green pants, a green shirt, a little green cap to wear. They feed you fish heads and rice. Yeah,
For once, I'm absolutely speechless, and I have no idea.
And
I
if
have
you're
no
really
idea what to
lucky,
even say.
you may get some special kind of stew.
Well,
trust me.
I would get off on Lucky
I don't
Charms
even.
too.
We've reached the point in the show where now it's silly season now, but yeah. So I forgot what I was gonna say about that.
I'm
I
sorry.
lost
I
my train
made the
of thought.
brain cells connect. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, and what I'm also thinking about, because I wasn't even going to call in tonight, but when the boss orders me to get up on the panel, I get up on the panel. But I was thinking about. I'm just wondering if your listeners really even want to talk about the SCOTUS thing if it comes down on Friday, because I told you I'd come on.
Only if you're going to do some kind of snacks.
Well, I'm definitely going to do. I promise you that I will find a way to do some trolling 100%, because I'm finding like a new, I'm almost an empty nester, but I think I could be a professional troll at this point. This could be fun. This could be like a retirement thing for me to do.
Hey, I could give you some really good pointers on that.
I have some ideas.
Do you have that special? Do you have that special sherbet in Connecticut?
All right, David.
Do I have what?
Please.
Never mind.
Don wants to link.
You also
hang on, Don.
Listen,
Laura, you guys. Trust me, when the SCOTUS comes out, it'll be a super big surprise.
We're gonna have a good show.
We always do.
Well, we always do. I mean, but I want to make sure I'm going to but if I know I'm going to talk about another topic, I prepare. So you'll have to give me a list, but I mean, it's your show, but I do like to bring superstar content to this 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 program. I mean, you're gonna go like, viral pretty soon. Like, I hope you still take my calls when I call about a show idea, because you're super high level now.
What? We heard you were getting a chauffeur and a fancy tie and some business suits. I'm like, whoop! Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Hey, Travis, what you were alluding to earlier about these so-called advisors that go back to that event on that took place
every event to the 50s.
Yeah.
Yeah. That goes back. Well, the event that I'm talking about was pretty recent, October 18th, 2019. If you look at every single participant, you had the CCP, you had none of these were from 45's cabinet, not a single one of them. They were mostly from BO's
other administrations.
Right.
Okay, Don, I'll get you the link. I've dropped it twice. It won't let me do it.
Well, I think it'd be fun to do. I mean, we'll probably, I don't know if this is going to be good for your numbers or bad for your numbers, but we'll try not to pander to that too much. But we could do a whole show on Event 201, and we could see like, all right, so because now we have 2 years under our belt, right? We're going in year number 3 of this thing, so now we've got some. There's a track record here, so we can kind of line it up and see, you know, what
2020
correlates.
hindsight.
Yeah, 2020 we could do 201 hindsight.
There
It
you
would be
go.
interesting, and for those people who aren't too familiar, it might be eye-opening, because if you've gone down that, I don't even want to call it a rabbit hole because the event actually happened, but um, uh, it's scary.
Right. Don, your signal's terrible. Well,
No.
I've announced that I wanted Joy to be my executive producer. But we just lost Dawn.
At the very least, I could do voiceovers, but
Well, but you send me content all the time, and I appreciate that. You and I actually talk on a personal level.
I apologize though. I have to apologize because I don't have a major channel that that I could use to launch you into superstardom. I'm just little old me. So I don't know. I can't do much for your numbers, but I appreciate you allowing me to be on the panel.
Well, I love you being on. From today on, you will control the panel. Period.
I think
Because
we had a good conversation. We didn't not too much cutting each other off. Nobody fought. And I'm like a den mother on here. The cussing stays to a minimum when I'm here. I guess you guys are all, like real cognizant,
Yes, you're good now, Dawn. Anyway, we'll talk tomorrow, Joy.
Yep.
I always appreciate you coming on, and I won't say the rest of it because I'm not taking jabs at anybody.
Awesome.
Anybody that hasn't listened to this woman is ignorant. That's my opinion.
I don't get too much hate. I don't get too much hate. People are pretty fair. Not that I know of, but
Oh my goodness.
there's always a hater. But I am gonna, I'll be in touch, and I really appreciate RH. I appreciate the conversation, everybody. I think Travis likes me having me on because everybody behaves when I'm on the panel, so that's good.
Well, what I like tonight, and it was very, very limited, is that most everybody, unless it was a mistake or oversight, they muted their mic while other people were talking. That's my big deal. And it's nothing personal with anybody. It's just, I got a military background, and whenever a leader type person or supervisor or manager or whatever has to communicate to their personnel, we don't tolerate that. You know what I mean? I haven't not one time used my TI voice. Believe me, I could bring that back, but I'm not going to do that out of respect for Travis's channel. I won't do that. But that's the only thing I ask personally from everyone. And Travis, this is your show. If I ramble on too long, just cut me off or ask me a question, stop me, you know what I mean? And like I said, again, I'm just here to help and put out information. There are people that like the information that I present here on Travis's channel. So, and there's some people I realize I've watched the chat pretty much. I'm not thin skinned to know. They can't stand me, whatever. That's fine too. I can't say I can care less, but I could say that, but I don't let it bother me, because believe me, I've heard pretty much everything you could think of in the 21 years I served our country. So this is like softball to me, what I'm used to, and that's just cutting up, you know what I mean? So that's all I had. I really appreciate you again, Travis, for letting me come on and having my voice here. And
You're
like I
welcome.
said, it's your platform.
And we're not going anywhere. We're just going to be low and slow.
Well, I'll be back for more hate another night, I'm sure. So we'll all
No,
chat
no.
again.
Oh, hell
No,
no.
no. I have gotten no hate from you on day 16. None. Everybody loves you. And ladies, they love ladies' night.
Ladies' night is every night.
Ladies' night is every night. So we're gonna have to
Oh,
announce
but
that
you know, we
more
got an
often.
endorsement for Travis.
What's that?
Travis trains the official transportation of the Rhino Nation. We love their executive drop-offs to the woods.
You want me to drop off?
Yeah, I'll say it.
No,
Welcome to the jungle. Come stampede with the Rhino Nation. We're usually going on at
yeah,
5.
the
Travis drops us off. We go eat a little grass. We drop a little, go eat a little grass, have some snacks in the woods,
It's all right.
and chat with people.
Well,
Then we go watch our, and then we hop back on the train.
We have a new person on the panel, so I'm going to mute. I'll be on here just in case I need to babysit or tell anybody to behave. And
Yes,
give a
ma'am.
new
Will
guest.
Johnson. Will Justice. How are you, sir?
I'm doing fine. How about y'all?
We're old, we're tired, and we're grouchy, and that's as good as we're going to get. How about it?
Yeah, as they say, finer than hair on a frog's hind leg. Anyhow, I'll just put my 2 cents in. I don't know if anybody's watching ADS boards, Spyglass, and all the stuff for Monkey Works. Monkey Works recorded show, and the show I have
Oh, excuse me. Damn.
Can you hear me?
Now we can now. Yeah, it's
It might be on my end. I'm sorry.
Oh,
It might be on my end.
I got you, David.
Hey, David.
Yep, you're here now.
Now.
What?
Yes,
There
we
you
can
go.
hear you now.
We can hear you.
Okay, anyhow, Monkey Works went MIA yesterday with a very cryptic message on his channel. And in a few days, me and some other individuals, another channel, have been watching the ADSB board and Spyglass and all that. We've had an excessive amount of military flights up, and not all of them are here from the U.S. We're talking Saudi Arabia. We're talking UK, French, and others. I think people need to be watching the sky a little bit.
Hey,
Well,
Travis,
and I would
did I
agree.
share that with you earlier today? I mean, like
Yes, you
hours
did.
ago. Thank you. This guy is right on. Thank you.
Well, I'm just an old
Santa?
man that's been around the block. Yeah, I look like him. I know. I've been around.
No, I got a question.
Yeah.
I got a question. Can I ask what
Go
kind
ahead.
of planes? What type of plane, I should say?
There's been doomsday. The doomsday plane's been up. A lot of SAM flight. 135 tankers
Yes.
and heavies. And there's been several from other nations that similar to what we fly. They're under a different configuration number, and I can't remember all of them.
Right. But what I'm asking is, are the planes from the other, say, from the other nations, like would be a C-17 or something big like that?
Yeah, and then there's also been a couple of tankers. So that makes me wonder how. That also makes me wonder if they had fighter escort.
Oh, you think?
More than likely, if you have tankers up, you have approximately, for every tanker that's up, you have 6 to 8 fighter jets they can feed, plus a I guess they could fly. They could also fuel a C-17 or something to that effect too.
Yep, I'm aware
That's
of
what
that.
I would be wondering if it's a C-17. I said they may be picking up something that we are all hoping for. Depends where they're
Just
going.
Thank you, sir.
they've been going all over the U.S. and to various different locations. Like some were spotted out around Vegas, some were around South Carolina, some were down around Florida, some were up in the Northeast, somewhere here in the central part of the U.S. where I'm at. So they were all over.
Well, the one to Nevada makes sense. The one towards Florida makes sense, and I'm trying to think where the other places are at. Two of those make a lot of sense. Nevada, especially.
All right. Well, there are a couple of theories that are thrown around. These are just theories, not any vetted facts. One of them is with all the illegals that have been brought in that are of fighting age. They're wondering if some of these aren't NATO troops that are coming in on there to be used to quell us deplorables down. Another thought is that maybe NATO and these other countries are getting their resources and getting the hell out of here because they don't know something that we don't know.
Well,
Where's Jeff B when we need him?
Good question.
Well, I have a third option. You might want to. I'll put it in the private chat just so I don't be stupid.
Okay, I understand. You can DM me. I'm on Telegram.
Well, you can just read it in the hold on. All you gotta do is read in the private chat. It ain't that long.
Okay,
there you go.
I'm just trying to see where the private chat is here.
It's next to the normal chat. It's that box that's got a corner square missing or chopped out of it.
Okay, there we go.
Yep, should have popped right up.
Ah, yeah, that's a possibility too.
The only reason I say that is because if you were moving the other stuff, you would not need for escort.
Okay.
There would be no reason. There would be no reason if you're moving troops or equipment. There would be no need for a fighter escort.
So, but now you're picking into something that's messed up.
I'm not. I'm just saying it's a third possibility.
I'm just asking. All these spy planes or all these ghost planes are bringing. Good night, Joyce. Thank you for coming in. If all these spy planes are doing what you'd say they're doing, one world order is coming. Why are we sending?
Well, we're going to have to. Going by the narrative that's being put out, there's supposed to be a humongous scare event, yada, yada, yada. Okay, everybody in chat, well, it's not that big a scare. There's a third possibility that these planes may be transferring money just before the two cities alone, Reno and the other one, I think Florida or North Carolina, I forgot which. I'll have to do research. Reno, the new treasury is at depository, yada, yada, yada. There's also 4 or 5 other former Federal Reserve vaults, banks, whatever you want to call them. And for a heavy to have a fighter escort, it would not be transporting true equipment. There's no reason for fighter escort. And it's also unusual for heavies to fly with tankers directly near them. So that means they want the fighters to be on a short leash and not have to go far if something happens.
Right.
And if you're going with, say, they have 2 or 3 tankers, if they have 2 or 3 tankers, that means you have a minimum of 12 fighters, which is a lot in one area, And if they have 3 tankers, you're in the double digits. You're in like 20 to 21 fighters. That's a shitload of firepower for not. What would the only thing? There's got to be something very important, and it sure as shit ain't troops or equipment.
All right, so let's talk about something that I want to get Dreamweaver on here for, because Dreamweaver and I have had multiple conversations. Love Dreamweaver to death, and always will. Love him and Miss Dreamweaver too. They're talking about crypto now. Dan Bongino put out a video the other day that says it's not backed by anything. The only reason it has any value is because people are fucking buying it. That's just my opinion, and I don't know.
It's fiat money.
He says that it's backed by energy,
That
according
was
to
one of the things I heard too.
Okay.
Bitcoin. There's nothing backing them. This is a false narrative.
Well, my understanding is the scenario is they're luring people, and it's supposed to go 30, 40, 50, 60,000 up from where it is currently. And then a day or two after that, it's going to be just like a plane that got hit with a missile. It's going to hit the deck and go boom.
Because there's nothing backing it.
Right, Travis.
Right, well,
on that thing there, I pretty much support 45's decision on that, and that's coming from a multi-billionaire background. So I pretty much, I guarantee you, with Steven Mnuchin and all that stuff, those guys know what the hell they're talking about. Whereas I know very little about the subject except for these Cornhulios trying to roll us into a global regional currency. They were trying to put out the Amero at one time, and that was even verified by Lou Dobbs.
That was in the Bush years. That was in the Bush years. Am I correct?
Right, and that was even during BO's years that they were putting that out, and they were spreading that pretty hard on Fox News with Lou Dobbs there. So I support 45's decision on that, or intuition on that 100%.
I can't hide, Eric. My nose sticks out.
That's right. Well,
Hang on, guys. I'm still with you. I'm just going to get a smoke.
That's all right. Smoke one. I want to say something to chat. On day 16 and I are I call us friends. She's a very kind, soothing, nice lady. She brings a lot of content to this channel. Thank you. She is the new executive producer. She's actually run the software now. So if you guys aren't behaving, she will throw you out. Period. I thought it was a good move. I know I've upset a lot of people in the last 2 days. I do want to say something. This is my channel. If you want to make a channel, go make a channel. This is mine. I want to entertain a lot. I want to help people, and I'm done with everybody's bullshit.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
May I say something?
Sure.
Well, now I lost my train of thought.
Well, hold on while you regroup it. I want to say, by me making our channel was in no way a slap, a derogatory thing, or anything to go against Travis or Liberty Warrior Nation. It is in compliment and in concert with both of their aims and goals. That's why it's named the way it is. That's why it's probably going on at the time that it's going to try to go on. Me and Travis are 4 months, 5 months fast friends. I love him to death. But
Yeah, I love
so
David.
everybody, no talking, no nothing, because
David.
when he said to make your own channel, there is no disagreement with me and Travis in any way, shape, or form. We
Okay.
had our conversation. All that stuff is water under the bridge. We're on the same page. The reason we're doing it is because if I go with my time 5 to whenever, I run into Daddy, Liberty Warrior Nation. And then Daddy runs into Rhino's got to get picked up by the executive Travis Train. Because you can't hang out in the jungle all night long. It gets cold. Plus, you might get eaten.
Well, just to give you guys a little background on myself, I'm an admin in 5 of the Telegram channels. I'm also an admin for Red there. Red
Red
Step
Step
Stacker.
Stacker.
Yes,
Cool.
sir.
I love Red Step Stacker.
I'm
Hey,
also
okay, you're an admin over there. I want him on my channel, and I'll let him take my channel down. Tell him that.
I'll tell him that. I'll tell you
I
what.
would love
If
it.
you'll
I
send
would fucking love it. I'm a Red Step. He's my favorite.
if you'll send me your info, I'll forward it on to him and let him know.
All right, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I will send you my phone number
Okay,
in private chat.
that'll work. And another thing,
Me and Mike are really good friends.
I'm
And I
all.
think,
Go ahead.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I love Red. He is an awesome guy.
Yeah, he is quite the character.
Oh, I love the guy. Did you get the number?
Yes, I did. And I'll write that
Thank
down
you.
here in a minute, and I'll forward it on to Red and let him know that you're interested in having him on.
Oh,
Also,
wait a minute, Will. All
yeah,
you have to do is tell him to fact check me through Liberty Warrior Nation,
okay,
and if I don't fact check, I'm good.
that's fine. Believe me, I've been following you long enough. I usually stay in the dark. It's just my way. I don't jump in here because I put it plainly. I'm just one of the peons. I'm not the head honchos.
And we're all just peons. All we're trying to do is make a difference in America.
Yep. One of the things I
Yep.
was going to say that all three of you seem to have said, and I'm going to reiterate it. This infighting inside of these chat channels, uh, web
Gotta stop.
web channels, intel channels, all that stuff. It needs to stop. That
Thank you.
is that is the CCP playbook. They want you to
Amen.
fight and destroy from within. If you
Agree.
don't believe
I
that,
said that.
look at the Art of
Amen.
War. Look at the
Yep.
book Art of War. It'll tell you that. And if we all would spend half the time that we're spending in fighting to actually go after the enemy, which we know the enemy right now is the cabal and a lot of our federal government. Not all of it, but a lot of it. If we went to that and actually put the effort into it by writing letters, making phone calls, putting out flyers, putting out news letters. I've got another lady administrator that she lives in Florida that she delivers papers, and while she's delivering them, she actually has printed out a weekly newspaper of her own for intel that she's getting,
Right.
like stuff on COVID, stuff on laws, and stuff like that. And all of her customers just love it. Simple little things like that will go a long ways towards helping this movement.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, Will. Everybody has to start agreeing on the things we agree and stop hating on us for not agreeing with the things we agree on.
And stop listening to these other, I'm not going to say it, names,
It,
but
it
these
just
other people that are trying to take down the truthers, and you know who I'm talking about, and stop listening to them because they're just paid bullshit.
I haven't
yeah.
I haven't
Okay.
vetted this yet, but earlier tonight I got a private chat from another Telegram channel owner that I'm an admin in. Do you know that they're saying now that the person that was Santa surfing had like 10 different channels and admitted
Right,
to
she's a
being a
fraud.
fraud?
Right.
Okay. Well, here's my thing. I don't have a Telegram channel. I want to see the truth too. The first thing we got to do is stop hating people for disagreeing on stupid stuff.
Amen. You know, it's
Thank
like the old days. Back in the 60s, I know for a fact that the Republicans and Democrats worked together. My dad was a World War II vet, got blown up in an ammunition dump explosion over in the islands over there.
you.
And
I'm sorry.
when he came home, he was not 100%. He worked for as many years as he could, then he fought for his VA. And I will tell you, it took a combination of Bob Dole and Herbert Humphrey. That's a Republican and a Democrat working together to help my dad get what was owed him for fighting for this country. That's the way Democrats and Republicans should work together. They may disagree on things, but let's come together on the things we agree with, and let's take and do the best we can for this country.
Amen.
Amen. That's what I've said. That's what my channel was all about.
Amen.
You know what? Amen, Don. That's exactly right. Because if our differences are not that far apart. Stop focusing on stupid shit.
Thank you.
Let's get together. Let's create a movement. No, we're not gonna encourage people to get out in the streets and fight. That's not my That's not my deal.
I'm
Let's
going to
unite.
send you my email address. I'm going to send
If you go
you my email address in private chat. That way, if you ever need to talk to me, you can.
Okay. Well, I'll give you an easier way. Go to the searchfortruth.info
Okay.
and email me there. Contact me there.
All right. I'll just give you my phone
Right.
number right now. Hang on.
All right. See, I got a screenshot it.
Got to figure out how in the world I'm going to do this because I've never used this. There's type of message. Let's go there.
Hey, sir, do you mind if you share that with me too, or if Travis shares it with me?
Go ahead. Somehow I got
Mine's in.
over to Google, and that's right.
No, I really like what you're saying, and and if you don't want to, that's fine too. I don't have a problem.
I have no. Oh, hang on.
Don, love Don. He's my brother.
Am I still in there, guys?
Yep.
Yep.
Travis,
Okay.
I'm not going to worry about it. Thank you for joining us.
Somehow Hello, you still there?
Yep.
Yep. We're still here.
Okay, I don't know what happened, but I lost everything. There's the chat. There it is. Hang on.
I'm telling you, they got some serious network issues tonight.
Yeah, well,
because normally my phone will go to like a few bars and come right back. Man, it booted me off for a good 15, 20 minutes. I couldn't connect the crap.
Uh-oh.
What?
I don't know. It looked like everybody froze there for a minute.
Hey, I got a question, if I'm quick. I mean, I know, Travis, you got your crowd and everybody, and I'm part of it, and I love it. Hopefully all of you have a signal not used for chat. It's emergency situation, and if everything goes dark for a bit, I don't think, but if everything goes dark and the change goes on, you're going to need a signal channel. Now, I don't know if you talk to your people about that, or David, or
You're cutting out. Is it me or is everybody else?
No, what he, I can try to fill in the gaps of what he's trying to say. If you go to your Play Store, if you have an Android, I don't know what it is on the Apple side of the house, but on the Android side of the house, you go to the PlayStation, it's called Signal app. You can emergency text, or you can even make emergency phone calls to other individuals if all this crap goes down.
Yes.
I don't think it costs anything, but I don't know for a fact.
Is what it is.
Hey, Travis, if y'all ever have a voice contest, good to see you, Don. Travis, you ever have a voice contest? I know this is off topic. All right. But I like to, what do you call that? Recommend Helen to be in that contest.
Fair enough. Every day I tell my
no, and I know the thing went down for a bit, if you know what I'm saying. Did I make sense, or did I break up?
Girl in the house.
Hey, Hit Girl, how are you? All right, look, guys, I'm fucking raw. I'm going to bed. David, fire it up. I'm telling you.
It's the Travis train.
David will blow my numbers up, I promise you.
No, he
Love
won't.
David.
Travis is the official transportation of the Rhino Nation. Drops us off in the jungle, we can go stampede, and then we come on back.
That's right. These are my brothers on this. I don't care. I will support you. I will teach you. I will help you. Promise you I will.
Yeah, because we look like I could have went in the store and got a 10th grader today and would have been able to do better than I did.
No, I thought you did very well. Go look at my first one on the other channel. Jesus.
It's up. It's on the channel. It's about halfway down or about 4 or 5 links down the page, I think. It was. I don't know where it's at now, but it's on there. You got to spell it right first. It's Rhino with a capital, Nation in all one word, but the R and the N are capitalized.
Well, I was too busy getting info, to Travis. I shared a little bit of it today, and for y'all to listen to or whatever. And that's kind of where I'm going to stand. I don't need to be on the channel. I just want to grab info, and that's kind of what I do. And I'm excited and happy for you, number one. Number two, Travis' channel's going to grow. Everybody's going to grow because you guys are the news. I don't care about being.
We're not the news. We just talk about what's important.
No, yes, but that is the news. In God's. Well, I'll shut up. You guys are the news because all this other bullshit is gone. It's gone.
Yeah, I get that.
Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't want to be really ugly, but I'm just saying, you guys are sharing truth. Sorry. I should have said that in the first place. You guys are sharing beautiful, and there's a lot of people that come to it and hear it, and that's good.
Oops. Yeah.
Anyway.
peanut butter and jelly.
Whoop, whoop.
That's right.
So much
Oh
going
yeah,
on
Kimmy.
right now.
And you know
guys.
what? On my horn, we got a pair just for you. Got a pair just for you sitting on the horn.
Whoop, whoop.
Yep, that's exactly right.
A low-fat late-night snack.
Oh my God, David.
What? Just because you don't like pears, Don, don't mean you gotta eat it. It ain't for you anyway. It's for Kimmy.
No,
Well,
I'm just laughing my butt off.
Fair enough. You can say ass here. You can say
man, I
fuck
gotta
here.
grow another horn to
You
get
can-
Hit Girl a pear too. What kind of fruit you want, Hit Girl? I got a pear for you too. Whoop whoop. Maybe get you an orange. I gotta grow another horn. I gotta grow another horn.
I got a
Oh,
question. after
Tennessee
I've
Patriot.
asked,
Ain't nobody ignoring
David a
you.
question.
Go ahead.
All right.
I got two questions, one for Dave and one for Travis. First
Yes,
one
sir.
goes to Travis. How the hell do I
Yes, sir.
talk in public chat in the back room or whatever when you're on the panel?
You can't.
You can't.
You can't?
You cannot.
No.
Oh, so you have to actually leave the panel
Well,
to
if
talk?
wait a minute. I think if
No,
you
wait,
have
wait, whoa. If you have a laptop, you can.
right.
You can open up a new window.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have a laptop, but you know where I came from, the history of my smart dumb phone. This phone is the audio sensitivity is like 1,000 times greater than the other phone I had. So, so David, my question is, they seem to give the rhino, and it's a badass animal, right? Badass animal.
Right.
It's got armor on it and everything, badass horns on it, right?
Right.
Now, why did you pick the rhino for your new picture, or whatever?
Realistically, that's what I'm known by to my wife. She don't even call me by my first name. I'm known as the Rhino. That's just a nickname I had when I was in the military because I'm large, and if you piss me off, it's just like a rhino going through a china shop. They always used to love to take me out on the beer runs and all the other crap because you piss me off, it's all over with. It ain't no appeasing a rhino. Once you pissed it off, it's gonna storm you. And it just stuck. So that's why I did it that way.
Hell, if you just
Well,
get
like
stepped on by one of those things, it's pretty much all over. You know?
well, they're even huge. They're even huge when they're born. But the worst part is the white rhino's been hunted to extinction. There's only two female. They were lucky enough that they bred one that is actually a male, baby male in captivity. But there's only two white female northern white rhinos left. That's it. The rest of them are non-existent. The only place they exist is in captivity. So they were lucky enough they had a male, I think, was just born not that long ago, like a month or two ago. So they're hoping. No, they're cool. I mean, they're a powerful animal. I've seen a video of one where it walked up to a car and just flew the car like 30 feet in the air and like, whoop, gone.
No shit.
Yeah, and they pretty much don't have any predators except for, those trophy hunters.
Yeah, well, except people that shoot them and take their horn, which is dumb.
Yeah, well, those people should be arrested or whatever. Get a rhino horn in their caboose.
Hey guys, you'll see me.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for coming by. You want to press out?
Oh, I would love to, but I got this sub right here. Give me like 30 seconds.
It's okay. Somebody's trying to get in the back room. It's okay.
Could you hold down your fort for 30 seconds?
That or Will. I think Will fell out. I'm not sure. I think he's trying to get back in maybe too.
I believe who's coming in.
No, Laurie C. I don't know who's coming in. Never mind. Can't read.
Okay, well, I'll get into it real quick. Dear
I
Heavenly
believe.
Father.
Wait.
Okay, go ahead.
Whoa. I believe there's no microphone or camera. I'm okay with both those, but we can't hear you if you don't have a microphone on.
Are you talking to me or?
No,
No,
he's got somebody keeps popping in and out.
Oh, okay. Well,
I
let
don't
me
know.
know
It
when
was
you're ready. Let me know when
Yes,
you're ready.
Yes, sir. We're ready.
Okay. Dear Heavenly Father, please help us fight these individuals that are gone way off your path, and restore our country back to its former conception that you helped put together. And please, dear Heavenly Father, look after everyone's health here in the panel, the chat, all the viewers. And we give thanks to you for everything, because without you, dear Heavenly Father, we would be nothing. We would have nothing. And please forgive us for all our mistakes, our infighting and that kind of thing, and help us grow in the path that you wish us to grow, and do your will. In Jesus' name, I pray. Amen.
Amen. Good one. Good one. Thank you guys for coming. Love you guys. David, you got anything else?
All I gotta say is, welcome to the jungle, stampede with the Rhino Nation. Then you can hop on the Liberty Warrior train, and then when you get off of that one, you can transfer to the AKA Grifter Express, the Travis train, coming to a city near you soon during the summer. Stand by. We're gonna stab 'em and slab 'em. We're gonna kick back a few, and we're gonna have a good time with all you great patriots out there.
That's exactly right.
And we're
I
gonna help
love
peoples
David.
along the way.
That's right. We're going to help people along the way. If you guys don't get it, get out. This is me and David's movement. We really want to help people. Am I wrong?
Nope. Right on.
There you go.
We're gonna be having hats and all kind of stuff. We got hats coming real soon. We're gonna see what the first three, but we're gonna see what the first three show up and what they look like. After that, it's gonna be gangbusters. Whoop! Because we found a place that can actually make them relatively cheap. There ain't nothing cheap out there today. You got to buy 1 million of something to get a decent price on it.
What
Night,
is our
RH.
cause? Wait, hang on. What's our cause? We don't give a shit about our money, do we?
Nope, not really.
Nope.
It ain't about us.
Why? You and I have talked about this multiple
We just
times.
want to make you look styling and help people that need to look styling like you. There you go.
I don't think that's a fair evaluation.
Well, I'm just saying you can have a cool looking hat, and then we give somebody that don't have a hat or don't have a pair of shoes and don't have no cash, don't have no money, don't have no groceries, then they're going to be styling because they're happy because their tummy's singing.
Yeah, we want to help people at a local level. Am I wrong?
No, you're correct.
Yeah. Who loves you, baby?
I do, Dad.
I know. Dawn, thank you. Love you guys. Hey, I'm going to bed. Yeah, love you.
All right. I'll yak at you in the morning or the afternoon to get more tutorial on I'll watch the video tonight too, but I'll probably need some help figuring this shit out because it don't have no pictures, god damn it.
we gotta have some crayon stuff in there.
Hey, I got the box of 84 with the sharpener.
Right. All right, guys. Uh, thank you guys for showing up every night. I love each and every one of you. Yep. A lot of people mad at me. I don't care.
Oh, well.
I still have my best intentions in the world. Did you sit
Yeah, and you still got your VIP recipients on the train.
Now more of the good night, Ellen. Good night, y'all.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Thanks,
Thank
Travis.
you, everyone in chat too. I've been watching your comments. It's been a really, really great night, in my opinion.
Well, thank you for coming on air, RH. That you know we love you, brother.
I think this breaks the record for me being on the longest since I first came on.
Yep, probably does. All right, guys. Well, I'm hitting the credits. Love y'all. Know your neighbor. Love your neighbor. Help your neighbor. I'm going to say this every night till somebody gets it.
And don't pee on the neighbor's lawn. Whoop, whoop.
Yeah, fair enough.
Whoop, whoop.
Oh, I got to leave. I can't leave. Bye.
Tomorrow's fine for shaking the table. Tonight, I'm aiming my lasers. You won't try the fruits of my labor. I heard them possibly misbehaving. So sweet to taste, not so much flavor. Yeah, I enjoy the fruits of my labor. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na. So sweet to taste, not so much flavor. Yeah, I enjoy the fruits of my labor. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la You wanna try the fruits of my labor? I heard the faculty misbehaving. So sweet to taste, nothing but flavor. Yeah, I enjoy the fruits of my labor. You won't try the fruits of my
labor. Okay. Love your neighbors, know your neighbors, help your neighbors. That's what it's all about. We as people have lost that because we're so judgmental. If you know somebody that's hurting, help them. That's all it takes. We can become communities again. Where's your grandmother? My grandmother kept my family together. She passed. Love y'all. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. Have a good night.